Alright, let's do this. Oh, I'm here. Calma, Brocho. Return to Charles. Who is Charles? Wait, isn't... No, I've done this one, haven't I? What's this new? There's a check mark. Look at Jesus Christ, man. Look at all our plushies. From the claw machine. Look at them all. I might have been a little addicted to the claw machine, just a little bit. Because we always did that. How many claw machine animals do you have? What the fuck, Leo? Hey man, and this is only camera rotary. You see the other place.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Holy shit!
I have even more on me. Look at this.
Holy shit!
I know, right? Look at this.
Fuck!
What the fuck, Leo?
Hey man, I just made a tradition. We made a tradition every time we started the Lost Judgment streak. We would always go hit the claw machine first, give that a couple of spins, and then after that we would hit the Mahjong and play around the Mahjong. And then after that, we would finally begin Lost Judgment with a side quest. It's every time 1 year ago. Exactly. See, Boxy knows that we're gonna hit the claw machine. Although we are in the wrong town, but yeah, we're gonna go hit the claw machine regardless. But there's a summary I can look at. What? Is that in here? Is it in here? "25 side quests out of 42. I remember this guy betrayed us. He like betrayed us and ran out rate or something. The woman who knew too much. What? No more gasp. Why are we gasping? I hear the gasp. You hear the gasp too. Ah, yeah, and the teacher lady died. I remember that too. Oh wait, I think, yeah, is that where we were? Where she escaped? Oh, not she. He escaped? I think that's where we were. Didn't we have a... Why have we had that with the clock, with the bar? What's happening? I'm trying to figure out what the hell we did last time, aka a year ago. What the? Salute, penguins. Hey, and there's the second one. What the fuck? Foxy handing out a passport. Junior's still handing out a passport. It's starting the scam train. Hoggers, we love scam trains. Oh, so wait, was that just a random gifted sub, Junior? And it just happened to go to Marshall? Hey, nice. We're never gonna be able to play this game. Oh wait, we're gonna have to fish too. Oh, how convenient. I went to your friend. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Got with the resub, almost 2 years. Of being a Danish citizen, and then Boxy with the gift that's up, Chris. Oh, the gifted passport, the gifted Danish passport. Yep, now you can spread the Mr. Segal all over Twitch. Then do with the gift that's up to Marshall. Appreciate it. Hey, then Junior with another gift to the shop. Do AK this time. A gifted passport, rather. Okay. I made it out of the door. And we completed level 1 of the scam train, poggers. And you also gave 1 bit. Thank you, Gov. I think it needs to be minimum 100 bits for it to count. For the scam train. Alright, we made it out of the door. That's enough for today. Back to DBD. Wait, what did that say? But I'm 69% done with the story. Yeah, see, that's a perfect one to leave it at, isn't it? That's a perfect number to leave it at. Yeah. We can all agree on that. Ah, shit. The ultimate count. I having to charge back all the gift subs and bits.
Listen here, man, if I see you play this motherfucking game called I will set your birthday.
Called Die? Oh god. SpongeBob. It's okay, SpongeBob. Relax. We're playing this. I was just kidding, man. I'm not scaring, okay? Relax, SpongeBob. What the fuck does all these green things mean? I don't remember that big here either. What do all these green icons mean? I'm not a scammer.
I will fight you.
Relax, SpongeBob. We're playing the game, okay?
For fuck's sake, Leo, how dare you play motherfucking DB?
DB. Can't even say the full name. How bad it is.
For gingerly sake, Leo.
For gingerly's sake.
Motherfucking DBD.
Oh, the game center is called Charles. Plays with Higashi, isn't it? The B. Yeah, he doesn't want me to play the B movie.
Jim Brown. Today
How do you run this game?
Stealing from viewers.
Oh my god. What? Hey, no. Come on, man. I would never.
Charles DB nuts in your face, joy.
Excuse me.
Charles DB nuts in your face, bitch.
Oh my god, SpongeBob.
Arigato.
SpongeBob, why are you so aggressive today? Yeah, I have. He's been recommended to me on YouTube a few times, yeah. I think that's the place, right?
motherfucking cocksucking LeoXDrb is not allowed to play the...
LeoXDrb is not allowed to play.
What? What if I do SpongeBob? What if I play tomorrow, SpongeBob? Ah, yeah, this is the place. It should be. Ah, here we go. Right back at home.
Leo being a cocksucker again.
You're being a cocksucker again?
What? Excuse me? Hey, over here, cocksucker again? God damn it. This is the first time this week.
I will show them where they will never find her motherfucking body, and I will join the police so they can never find it.
Okay, now that's actually pretty fine. You'll join the police just so they don't find me? That's actually pretty fun.
What's wrong, man? You slipping? But you can check your 6. Now if I hear you after me, and then I will kill you, your mother, your dog, and snatch your birthday.
God, SpongeBob, relax, okay? I'm not slipping. Fine. No need to snatch anyone's birthday, SpongeBob. Oh wait, the scam train is over.
Relax.
Don't tell me to relax.
Yo, I got the petting fish. The scam train is over. Thank you, gentlemen. Contributing to the scam train. With 4 subs and 262 bits. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Hey, yeah, you kept your scam train back. Choo choo. Oh, chalk chalk. I'm washed up, man. I didn't get the bird in free hits. I'm a washed up claw machine, man.
You better appreciate it, bitch. Leave this ego.
What the fuck? Why did you say that so intimidatingly, SpongeBob? That was actually quite scary. Hey, I got the bird. He said that in such an irritating way. You better appreciate it, bitch. It's SpongeBob, okay, yeah. I appreciate all the support, SpongeBob. No need to be so rough, okay?
SpongeBob will harvest her organs.
Oh my god.
You what the fuck? His chop.
What? Excuse me, SpongeBob? He's chalked. That's right. Choo choo. Hey, you also got the petting fish. That one is so good. So is the cool dolphin. Pet the fish. So yeah, you know this is what you signed up for, right? We're just gonna sit at the claw machine for 8 hours. But you know that's what you signed up for, right? Seems good, man. Oh, seems good, man. I'll take it any day over DPD. I'm just happy to see you playing this game. You could care less. Any day over TPD. Try not to lose that many brain cells. What do you mean? It's just hitting the claw machine. I'm trying to free the bird. We're not leaving until I get that one bird. Just climb in the machine. You know what? That's a pretty good idea. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I'm sure we won't get stuck or anything. Yagame's pretty skinny, right? Yeah? You can crawl in there. Clear the machine out. Oh, that's it. That's the one right there. This is where we get the bird. Eat. Excuse me. You.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Exactly.
what the fuck? Sugar cola.
That wasn't part of the script, bird. Come on, man. It just rolls. Rolls in at the side of the hole. That's the one, right? Oh, what? I'm gonna spend all my 2 million yen here. Jesus Christ. But I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm glad you enjoyed that, because I sure didn't. I was like, easy money, we got him. And then he just rolls over to the side. Oh my, this fucking bird. He is taunting me. Yeah, I'm washed up. I used to be the claw machine champion. Look at what happened to me now. I can't even get the damn bird. He is 2 people fat. He just keeps rolling. Oh my god, that's hitting the other bird. Too much DVD. Okay, no, that's a very true comment. This is what happens when you flush games, Leo. You suck at the claw machine. You become worse at the claw machine. Hey, finally, Jesus Christ. I'm out of here. I'm never, well, I am coming back, but I'm out of here for now. Bonchan, the Java Sapporo Pink. I'm out. See you. That's Sparrow, I think. Let's see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Yagami. And you're back at the call machine. Stream's over, yeah, we got 2 plushies in the claw machine. We're out of here now. That was it. That's all we came here for, right? But what does this actually mean, this green thing here? Is that the gift or something that they can give you? How do you even fight in this game? I don't remember anything. Wait, what's the other stance? There it is. You didn't have that in your playthrough? Wait, how do you not have that in yours? Excuse me? Huh? Am I hacking? DLC? No, I don't own any DLCs for this game. Hack playthrough. Yeah, see, Junior, he has all the DLCs. He doesn't have. He doesn't see. Yeah, he doesn't have those on the map. I believe you're hacking. Oh my god.
いらっしゃいませ。
Not again. I forgot to turn off my hacks again. Yes, you just may even get the season pass in.
Pretty tasty. Thanks.
ありがとうございました。
They got me. Hello again, FBI. Not the first time. Good to see you again. Yeah, what the fuck is that actually? Wait, isn't a... Wait, this... Does this tell me what it is? No. Something between past and future. Wait, what? We're not... No. There's no karaoke in this. But you can joggle in this game? Oh man. How do you do that? I should probably learn the regular combat first again. Leave me alone! I'm trying to do a jog. Now, isn't this the high roller table? We don't usually play Mahjong here. It's the other time we play Mahjong in. For sure. See if I remember this. The fuck you give us your money table. Hey, I mean, it might as well be because most likely gonna lose. Keep changing styles but hitting the enemy. Oh god. That sounds very complicated. For me right now. Is that a place I can go practice my combat? I need to go get the hang of it again. Not in the first judgment. Yeah, because you only have like 2 styles or something in the first game. Just gotta fight guys on the street. As you do. What? I just got rid of my... Oh, good timing. Oh wait, I think this is just a 1, isn't it? I don't remember.
諦めるわけにはいかねえ。
This one is P. This one is really good. Even though I haven't finished it yet, but besides that, it's really good because there's so much to do. Especially with school stories. Excuse me. He's one off of winning. I guess we'll just get rid of the numbers. I can look at that on my phone, can't I? See how much I've done of it. Okay, well, remind me. Once I've lost Mahjong, remind me. You doing the story? Hey, yeah, first we gotta do the usual warm up, the claw machine and Mahjong. Then after that, we gotta see if we got any side missions. Ooh, I just need one more of these, but the last one is already in the table, I see. It's a draw. How is that a draw? When one guy won 3,000. It was in fact a draw, apparently, I guess. What? How are you already one off of winning? She's cheating. Someone frisk her. She's hiding the Mahjong cards in her coat. Midnight toast. Hey, that sounds good. Can't go wrong with some midnight toast. Who was that? Was that the lady on my left? Excuse me. Well, at least it wasn't me. $4,900. Well, at least it wasn't me that gave her the winning hand. I'll take it. Solid third place. Glad you're here. Well, glad you're here too, Mr. Gov. Oh, fuck that. The other one's out there already, but pawn. Okay, now, if I remember correct, it's pretty good to pawn the dragon. Let's do that.
Pawn.
If I remember correctly, that's a pretty good thing to do. If I remember right. Oh my god, rejected. Junior's like, oh, can I flirt with you, Hobbs? And then right after, Gov adds Chris. Oof. Oof, that's some awkward time. We don't want to pawn that. And no, that is true. Who doesn't want this Dutch man? Very sought after. What am I, no. What is that? That's a 9. Five minutes later. I guess she got scared. See, it was a good thing we pawn. Is that what it was called? We pawned the dragon because then we at least get some points out of it. And now we'll win. And I think this is the final round. Ooh, we have 2 west, 1 north, and 1 east. That's pretty good. And another north. What am I pawning? The north? Oh fuck yeah, I see that. Now that's also pretty good to do if I'm correct. Wait, what the fuck? Interesting. What the hell? Why are we getting all these god hands? What's going on? Oh wait, what? Hey, you're not supposed to do that. Someone said god hand? Mod check? Another Shinji Mikami game? I have 3 of these. Two of those. What the hell is this hand? Okay, that's fine. What am I pawning? The west? Hell yeah. Okay, I think we may have won unless something goes really horribly wrong. I don't know which one's better. I think it's this. Excuse me, miss? No, did he win in the end? No, he won at the very last hand. No, that's not how it's supposed to go. Well, at least we got second. Wait. Second place, yeah? Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll take it. We still sort of got it with jog. Second place, I'll take it. Easy money. That was real hook. Come back sometime. I know the school story. Hey, you know, that sounds much better. Chris a mojo. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, wait, I have them all. Oh. I just need the girls bar dance club. Athletic boxing biker. Oh, yeah, the photography club. That one was really fun. I'm the casino one. So. Yeah, we're almost maxed out in all the stats. Oh, those two are like the best ones. I love the photograph one and the casino one. Those two are classics. Wow, I made it 62% with this. It was mine that day. But that's true. I thought that was quite funny too. Random guy hitting on me. I had a feeling it was gonna happen at some point. I wasn't too surprised by it, but it was pretty funny. Wait, no, wait, whoa, I don't want to fight this guy. This guy's like a mini boss. No, he's purple. Get away from me. Stupid control at work. I don't want to practice at him. Taxi. This is so broken because my controller is... Wait, play Sonic. Play Retro Fighter. Play Retro Fighter, get rid of them. Fight the boss. I don't want to fight the mini boss, no. Hi, okay, that was sick. Very cool virtual fighter round. Very cool. ECEXP. Why did I get experience with that? Alright, okay. Let's find someone that's not. Oh god, he's still here. No, hey, why are you still here? Get me inside my house. Get me inside my house. I'm gonna go play on my second Mega Drive. Get away from me. My second Master System. Jesus Christ, man. He was still out there with his boys. It's fucked up. I was like, fuck no. I was just like, nah, man, no, I don't want to fight this mini boss. Get out of here. Hearing Alex Kidd music? Well, because it is Alex Kidd. And I'm a real pro at it, as you can see. Right, anyways, get me out of here. Surely he's gone now. Surely he's not still outside my house waiting. Wait, hold on. That dance club song. Jesus Christ. Okay, he's gone. He didn't camp outside my house. Is that him? Is that him and his boys? No, okay, it's other random people. Right, let's try and fight them. The high-tech world in the game? I have no idea. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what the high-tech world is. Right, so I remember that pretty well. How did this one work? Really about a certain director. No, yeah, that one would be pretty fun to tell you. A certain director that showed up. Making a few certain films. Wait, so what was all of this for again? Oh, wait, yeah, this one is like, you have to listen for it. You gotta use this. I forget what this gives you. Oh, you have no idea with the squirrel. You didn't do many of the squirrels? I did a few in the other town, but... Yeah, I forget what they give you. It's... Like, yeah, like this squirrel is like, oh hey, you gotta listen for something. But then you gotta pull this out and try and find whatever it is. Ps5 driving. And all the Steven music. The alligator ass.
Facing the wrong way.
Wait, my controller vibrated. Complete the game in 60 hours. Yeah, and I have 64 hours in this, and well, we still haven't finished that. That you just speed ran. Well, I wouldn't say speed ran, but you know, yeah. You did all the main story. I think this means I have to call Rampo? Was that the name of the dog? The main story was getting good. Just couldn't stop. Yeah, I don't blame you. Because the story is really good.
Good boy. Who's a good boy? There you are.
Guess I'll just walk my dog. I don't know. I don't remember the squirrel thing. Oh wait, you got something?
Good dog.
You found garlic.
Very good dog.
I don't think that's what the squirrel is for. It's for you to find garlic. You did have a few questions about the story. Well, then it's time to replay it. Once you finish Ishin. Okay, so there's only a main quest here. Let's head to the other place, see if there's a side quest. That for sure is school stuff that I can do. Oh, but you still haven't finished 7? Oh, okay. Yeah, then gotta finish that one too then. Before you return to Lost Judgment. You don't know what the fuck to go. Wait, what happened? You're stuck? Oh. Yeah, okay, that's a bit awkward. All your characters are under-leveled. Well. Time for some side missions. You see, I've done a few squirrels here, but... In fact, I think I did all the squirrels. Almost. I don't remember what they did, though. Maybe that's why I have these green things? Maybe that's the squirrel stuff? I don't know. Paradise VR. Why would you say that? I see. Hope I find the mini balls. I hope to God not. If that happens, then I hope there's another arcade machine nearby. I don't think there's any side quests. Other than the school story stuff. speed up these high schoolers. Yeah, I can't run properly because of my thumbstick. Ow, you hit me.
Really, guys?
Should do all the side quests. We've done 25 out of 42. Probably end up doing most of them. See, you see how he stops running? My thumbstick is a bit broken. Hey, boss! Oh god. I hope that. Thank God that's not happening anytime soon. I'm not fit to fight a boss right now. Yeah, it does, unfortunately. I can't run in a straight line. I have to like zigzag. Who of your controllers have that? Man, that fucking sucks. That's annoying as hell. Can't run in a straight line. More like the controller's drunk. Oh, this was such a good quest, this one. Yeah, the Forbidden Taste, the Phantom Ramen. Oh, this one was so good. There is no side missions, other than the school stuff, I guess. Yeah, probably, yeah. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to the bar. Oh, you have to run into them. I see. Let's randomly find them on the street. Uh-huh. What? What happened? Drop out of school again. What you mean again? Right, okay. Do you have to run like this? Otherwise you won't run. You have to zigzag like this. Alright, let's go visit the cat. See if I remember the names of them. Who's this? Is this boss? Hey you, it's been a while.
Huh?
Oh no, this is Stinky. Stinky. Play for a little bit. Let's just pet, yeah.
Who's a good boy?
I got a present. A 4-leaf clover. Thanks, kitty. You're stinky. Since when are you a cat? I thought Chris was the only one that was a cat. Okay, so before we do actual main quest, let's go do the girls' bar. I can't use the skateboard. Oh shit, it was himself that used it. Damn right. You're here. Chris. What the fuck? What were you doing this whole time?
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly kick open a door, right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center right there. Pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
I'm Hunker W. There's a yak at me behind the door. Oh, this is so annoying. I can't use the skateboard. I have to not move.
The boss? The fuck is the boss?
The boss, of course. He's the boss. Should I play 2000? Who the fuck is this guy? 2000 year help has changed. Power charged enter. How does this work? I don't remember how this works. Ah, yeah. Oh, wait, I can play with people. Maybe I'll ask Haruka-chan. I'm here to win! Miracle dots.
Let's go.
There we go. How does this work?
Nice. Yep. Nice.
He still got it. What? You didn't even hit the ball. Excuse me. What are you doing, miss? A single one.
My turn then.
She's going to wreck me. She missed her first throw, hit a triple free, and then a single one. Gonna be one hell of a miracle. One hell of a fuck up for me.
Nice.
She is throwing. Is she doing it on purpose? Excuse me. Which one is triple again? It's this one, right?
Yep.
Easy. She was literally throwing. Get it? Because she was throwing the dots. And throwing them onto the dot board. The comedian strikes again. Ah, I lost. What a shame. Don't lose next time. Thanks, Joker.
Haruko-chan.
How did fuck? I forget how this minigame works. Would you like?
What should I get?
He has like a favorite drink, right? I don't remember what that is. Give me a dream berry.
What have we got here? Let's have a drink
い
together.
ただきます
Cheers. Now we're talking.
Hope you really got to have a good time. Thank you.
Guess what happened?
Guess what happened? I almost spent all my money on the claw machine. It's crazy, right? I got tipsy. I know how to say in my head, but oh, it's this thing. I never know what to make for dinner every night since I started living on my own. What kind of stuff do you normally like to eat, Yagami-san? Pizza. Listen, I'm no chef. Instant nudes. Oh wait, the timer is so short on the last one. That's true. I'm a weird man and I say weird things. I was trying to shopping the other day. We had a lot of fun. But I ended up buying clothes for myself. I tried figuring out what really suited me. I do kind of want some new clothes. What should I do? Nothing looks good on you. What's important is... You like? You don't have to have the read, you just gotta go. Yeah, I always feel way happy when I buy my favorite clothes. Yagami-san, thank you. I've been seeing people skateboard around the city lately. Oh, that's me. The way they just glide around looks so cool. You skate at all, Yagami-san? I do skate. All over town. When I'm in a hurry, I didn't get to read the last one was. Did I maybe talk too much? I'm sorry if I did. Hey, it's fine. It was still enough to unlock whatever the hell we just unlocked. That's just Junior being Junior. That's a classic Junior stream, Mela. Trying to have a conversation. She's super not into this. Can I actually talk with the other ones? Yeah. I'm What happens if I talk to you again?
八神さん何にしますか
Maybe not.
Good, I think. I think? Am I? Or should we go again? This one more can't hurt.
Haruko-chan,
八神さん何にしますか
Maybe the in. Wait.
what should I get?
Please just give me the same thing. Yeah, just give me that.
My treat.
太っ腹ですね
Cheers.
Being horny. Yeah, I wonder how that even came to be. They added that into the game.
So, about the other day.
But about the other day, we almost played DBD. Speaking of, what kind of place do you usually drink at, Yagami-san? Do you come to girls' bar often? Not so much. This bar is special erection?
お願いします
That bar is a special erection for me. Ah, really? I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate your continued support. On my days off, I like to take a log walks around Hamakita Park. The scenery is gorgeous, especially of you can feel the sea breeze and it's wonderful. Since a kid, I've always dreamed of living in a city by the ocean. Now I feel like my dreams come true. Do you like the ocean, Yagami-san? Matter of fact, I enjoy seeing the ocean. What the fuck? Wait, is that why you want me to play Zero so badly? Excuse me, Junior? Yeah, that's right. Looking at the sea really calms me. It makes me feel like I can live for tomorrow. Yes, he just
楽
says.
しかったです
That was so fun. We should do this again. Nice, that got her into. Right, I'm out.
I'll stop by again.
Now I guess we just have to wait. You do the boxing? Oh. Can I even do that? Right now. Oh god, get away from me. You're not a mini boss, are you? Wrecked. No, you shoot two boxing? Yeah, because I think it's the last one that I'm on. Yeah, exactly. Might as well if it's the last one. It looks like it's the last one. We might as well. Oh, SP after battle? Sure. Wait, this goes all the way up to 6? Jesus. Let's go do some boxing while a little bit tipsy. Oh my god, I wish I could skateboard. I can't. Oh my god, control. We'll make it to that boxing place eventually. What play pass? Hey.
Yagami!
For me to donate you a new controller. That would be very much appreciated, yeah, because then I could actually use the skateboard. And
You fucking scrubs ain't worth my time!
damn right, we're back on this game after a full year. We last played this on the 8th of March, 2022. Oh, it's 2 days, but whatever, yeah. It's basically a full year since we last played it. There we are, finally. And we're still doing side missions. Of course, of course. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you donate the new controller, because God, I am really in the need of a new one. But it's all good. You don't have to, Junior. You don't have to. I'll probably get one eventually, but it becomes a bit cheaper. Yep, 1 year later, and we're still here doing side missions.
Can you hear me? Steady.
1 year later.
1 year later.
That was so weird. The way they set that together. Selvfølgelig, exactly. Of course, selvfølgelig. But how much is a controller in my currency? It's a lot of money. It's a lot. 625 Danish. Might as well be a billion Danish money. 625, which converts to like 80, I think, maybe. Ah, yeah,
What
exactly.
the fuck, Leon?
What line grid set? That's exactly. It's like $90 right there. $90 for a controller. A lot of fucking money, man. Oh god, never mind that. Exactly. See, you don't have to. Save your money. Save your money. Get something for yourself instead. Exactly. Jill's just like, alright, you know what? Never mind. I'm out of here. I changed my mind. Yes, don't do that. Just, I'll get one when it goes on sale or something here, cause that's a lot of fucking money just for one controller. I'll just wait a bit till they become a bit cheaper. Yeah, that's a bit crazy, isn't it? Next level Sony pricing, $90 for a controller. How much is it actually in America? Isn't it like 70 or something a controller? It's 70 over there. So it's like $20 more expensive here. Holy shit, man. This is a bit expensive. Yeah, it's more like a lot. Damn it, Sony. Oh my god, $69.99. I see what you're doing there, Sony. I see what you're doing there, Sony. Nice. There's a way, well, yeah, there's a bit cheaper over there in America compared to here. Could always pay for half. Man, that's still a lot. Like $40. That's like a game on its own right there. That's all good, Junior. I appreciate it, but that's all good. I'll probably just get one when it goes on sale. You should sell controllers in Denmark for a living. I mean, yeah. You know what? That's not that bad of an idea, cause Jesus Christ, man, you'll be making bank on controllers here. Just stockpile up on American PlayStation controllers and just come to Denmark and just, yeah, sell them here and poof, you'll make bank. You'll become a millionaire in a day. That's actually so true. You would make so much profit on that. God damn. Exactly. People rich. Holy fuck. Just from PlayStation controllers. Easy money. Get a warranty on it? I don't even think I can. I don't think they sell warranties for controllers here. I don't think that's a thing here. Oh, it doesn't work on PS5s. On Danish PS5s. Oh, whoops. Well, time to quickly travel back to America. Scammed. You bastard. They should work. I don't see why they wouldn't. The American controller can't communicate with the Danish console. Oh my god, is that my best bet on fixing the controller? Man, it's weird why the controller broke. Because we barely even used it. I seen a bit go. Yeah, we've only... the one thing we use the PS5 controller for the most is for Marvel Midnight Suns. And that's a turn-based strategy cube. Blow inside the controller. Right, let me mute and then try. Okay. I blew the controller. I guess we'll find out if it worked after this. Alchemy, this is your part of your next and your counter candy trading.
Pleased to meet you. Huh?
You're next? It already beat you though.
No.
No. Yeah, McCall, you fought before was a different league entirely. Now you're facing down a heavyweight. Yeah, that last year I had a match coming up, so I need to make weight. Yeah, I'm free to go all out. Know what I mean? You're about to find out what a heavyweight's punch tastes like. Tucker's got that scary Lancer's reach, but now he's pairing it with a Mechaton punch. Catch you in water, you're looking at a serious injury.
I see.
Sounds like this would be good practice.
Yagami!
Just let me know when you're ready so we can get sparing. Okay, can I have a practice run? Can I fight the first guy? I don't remember how boxing works. He's still tipsy. It only works for a little bit. Blowing the controller. Oh, I guess it's better than nothing. Wait, how does boxing work here? He's already dead. You've already killed him, Yagami. Just hit and shit. Yeah, okay, that was good practice. Oh wait, this is what I have to do. Wait, so yeah, how did any of this work? Island. Roll. Block. What's the worst that could happen?
Can't afford to lose.
Jesus Christ. Why is he so ripped? Jesus, how do I block L1? Oh, and you have to do it like that. What? What? Stop countering. Stop countering me. I'm fucking dead. He kept countering me every time I wanted to punch him. I am getting fucking wrecked. I gotta get the hang of this again. Do something. Do something! Jesus. Stop staring at me. Am I doing damage to him? I'm like barely doing damage to him. Wrecked. He's dead, ref. He's dead. I killed him. I won. Oh my god. We just gotta run out the clock. Run out the clock. Run out the clock. Run out the clock. Nope. Nope. Get away from me. Oof. Okay. Alright. Pretty good. Pretty good. So if I show you two a neck to neck, let's see how the next round goes. Hold on, let me hydrate in real life. Okay. Let's do it. Just run out the clock, man. Run out the clock. That's the only way we're gonna win. Hey, thank you for that. Stay hydrated, Ginger. Whoa, what the fuck was that Mortal Kombat move? We got him on the wombo combo. Alright, okay, we gotta chill. We're almost out of stamina. Wrecked. Stay down, please. He's gonna get back up, isn't he? Oh my god. How many rounds is it in boxing? Isn't it only 3? Oh. Stop staring at me. Oh wait, just run out the clock. Run out the clock. Run out the clock. Yep, there you go. Oof. Okay, okay, pretty good, pretty good. Good, great. Guess you don't match you anymore. Keep it up, and this match is yours. You made toast. Nice. Oh, you didn't make some for all of us? Gotta share with the class, man. Alright, I think this is the final round, isn't it? That's only 3 rounds of boxing, right? What the fuck? No way. No way it's 10 rounds of boxing. 20? What kind of boxing matches are you guys watching? The good ones. You guys are watching endurance matches. Okay, we got him. Oh, that close one. Alright, surely he's not gonna get up now, right?
Yes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight.
Fuck, he got up again. Oh, never mind. Hey, we did it. Collapse. Easy money. It's 5. Yeah, it's like 305, I think. God, that was actually a really close one. Even as a heavyweight, I guess I'm still no match for you. Thanks a bunch, Sakuma. Look great sparring.
Hey,
You don't beat Kenny-kun, alright? Show him the right way to box. Sure, I gotcha. Shikiri rematch. 200 round boxing match. Talk about an endurance match. Endurance match. It's set to leave. What if I go back in? Ah, okay.
Yagami.
Time for the last opponent in your counter candy trading. Great. Who am I up against? The 4-time OPBF lightweight champ.
Huh?
Got the top OPBF boxer.
Hey.
I don't see anyone though. You're really that fake. Come on, it's me, man. What? It's you?
Hold on.
Wait, are you retired? Besides, how old are you? I could end up hurting you.
Dumbass.
Dumbass.
You got me, you got me, you got me, you got me.
You gimme, 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 gimme.
Gimme, gimme, gimme. What, SpongeBob? What are you doing taking the words out of my mouth? Whoa, he's fucking ripped. Barely ready. I'm trading my ass off this moment. I'm the best shave of my life since I left the ring.
Kill him.
Kill him. Don't trick back now. Crap me like you want me dead, Yagami. Oh god, okay. You're eating birthday cake. What kind of birthday cake? Did we just go? I mean, I guess we just go, right? Press and hold triangle. Shirtless men. This is why you play Yakuza. Gotchi. Billy approve. All the shirtless men.
Can't afford to lose.
Just. What is a plain birthday cake? Here we go, here we go.
Your life depends on it.
Really ready.
Fight, Middleton. Send it home.
Whoa! What the fuck? He's so fast. I'm out of stamina. Yeah, you beat up that corner. He really loves beating up that corner, huh? What are you doing? Are you waiting for your stamina to come back? And he's out. He is probably gonna get back up, right? Of course.
Oh, eager for more.
Well, let's just run out the clock. Oh, that's the ring. That's the clock. Hey, it sounds like a good idea, Gov. Catch up on shows and movies. I thought you might need a compliment for this one. Coach really giving it to you, huh? Just hang in there. Alright, you got it.
Here we go. Fight like your life depends on it. That in with the fire. Yeah.
Alright. Need stamina. Yeah, beat up the corner. Hit this spot when I get a chance. You got it. This guy, he was much easier to fight than the other guy. Hey, surely he's not getting up from that, right? Two, three, four. This guy's dead weight. Sure is. He actually got back up. Hey, gotta respect it. Man's a fighter. He wants to get his ass beat again. The third time. The same punch over and over again. Hey, saved by the clock. Right before he's about to beat the shit out of me. Keep it up, you'll probably win. But there's no way you can really take it to the next level 2. There's a way you can really take it to the next level 2. Want to hear? See what sacrifice is saying. Yeah, that would be great. Well, you've got my signature move down, right? I saw you learned it from Coach before. He runs out of steam and gets stuck turtling after a while. It's perfect time for you to give him a good lancing. It's best to get him moving around swinging. As soon as he runs out of juice, hit him with a lance. That's how I do it. Let me look at this one really quick. Wait, what the hell? Wait, is that the thumbnail of the stream? Nice. That's a solid thumbnail right there. That's perfect. That shirtless man, shirtless ripped man. Imagine if that becomes a thumbnail for the entire stream. Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, a few man nips. Just don't tell Twitch, though. Wonka band. Wonka toss. Twitch might not be too happy with it. Alright, I gotta calm down. I mean, a few days ago, Twitch made Carl my thumbnail. Carl kicking open the door when we were playing Bear with me.
Hi, I'm Carl.
Exactly. That became the thumbnail a few days ago.
Open the door, right? If you want to get your foot as close to the center right there, pick your site where you want to put your foot. Kick that puppy open.
Piece of cake. Right as we downed them. Perfect. Surely he's not getting up now, right? Right? Yeah, can he end the door? How is he not dead yet? Jesus Christ, man. I've knocked this guy down 3 times now. This man will fight till the end, literally. He'll fight till he's out cold. He'll fight till his heart stops. Oh my god, saved by the clock. Well, I guess it is 5 rounds in boxing. It's like reaching the last round. Oh no, but it's 4. But I'm out of advice. Keep Coach moving a hammer with low hooks when he gets winged. That's what happened during this whole time.
Fight like your life depends on it.
Yeah, we were both wrong. It was right in the middle of what we thought. God damn. But that was a nice 180. Stunned me. Let's end this. Guess he's punched in the stomach so many times. Surely he's not getting up now. Please, man, stay down. Hand me the win already.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, don't get up. Oh my god, this. Okay, he's done. No more. Thank fuck. I was about to say.
Couldn't keep up, huh?
Easy money backs. You beat me in my own boxing ring. Jacoby, how the fuck did you get so strong? It's all thanks to you. Seems like your training's paid off. So, what do you think? Can you take Ushikiri now? What the?
That's right.
Yeah, the shape you're in now. You might actually pull it off. Show Kenya the joy of boxing. And how martial arts can be more than just violence. Will do. I'll reach out to Kenyon yet and let you know when a date's set. Just hang tight till then.
Yeah.
Okay. No problem, Gov. Anytime. We did it. Can I just come back in and then we continue? Oh, phone call. Oh, is this Asama? Was that her name?
It's me.
It's me.
Excuse me.
It is. Yeah, we signed 2 days today. Kento lures out the payback box. All the preparation have been made. Whenever you're available, could you come to the club room?
Gotcha.
Sure, head over. I'll be waiting. I'd prefer to wrap up this payback boxer business before sparring with Ishikiri. It seems like we're nearly there. To school or chat room. To school we go. I'll shoot the mock me. Oh wait, that's a mini boss. That's a mini boss. Get out of here. That's a mini boss. Fucking run, Yagami. Wait, this is a dead end. Yeah. Well, guess I'll have to fight him then. Anime moment. Bring it on then. Oh god, he's ulting! He's ulting! Run away! No! Why so many iron plates? That licks
Really, guys?
What you mock me. Mocked by Junior Monk W. He would force the last judgment down my throat. What are we learning? What are we learning in class today? Oh boy, I wonder what they're gonna teach us. Defined water.
ありがとうございました。
I'm so excited for class today. What is that voice? Good question. It's Leo's nerd voice. What an interesting nerd voice. What? Could read comics? Go for it. Read some more Spider-Man. Wait, what? No.
いらっしゃいませ。
Rice. Just rice. What? Hey, there's the Carlsberg. The Danish beer. Right, let's just order some leaves. Oh, I had this recently. It's pretty good. Yeah, get that. I had that recently in real life.
Starving.
It's your taste talk. I believe it.
Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
ありがとうございました。
Because you talk so much Spider-Man for so long. Oh, but also, I think that's what this means. It like shows you when you go here and buy and eat stuff, you can get like a gift buff. And if you go here, you get like a yen buff or whatever. I think that's what that means. I don't know why I have it displayed on the map though, but I'm pretty sure that's what it means. Is this the right way? You'll like your Spider-Man. I never would have guessed. It's just like me and my DVD. Even the right place. It is. We're having ice cream and beer right now. Holy shit, man. This man is really enjoying this. He's really having a good time here with this Less Judgment playthrough stream. Ice cream and beer. That's really nice. What kind of ice cream is it? If you come over. This is such a cool shot right here. It's like something out of a horror game or movie. No lights in the hallway. Only lights is the exit signs. The green exit signs. Really cool shot. Oh wait, I can go into like first person. Wait, what are these pictures? Penguins! Yo, cookies and cream with animal crackers? That's a sick fucking combo. That's delicious. Enjoy. Enjoy your ice cream and beer. Yo, cool shot. Hey, thanks, man. What are these photos? I just have a photo of a couple of penguins in a claw machine. And then the photo next to it is a fucking drug deal going down. Excuse me? There's night and day difference between these two screenshots. Or pictures. Oh, it's this. The biker club. Hey, it's her. I got her name. More penguins. Hashtag first penguin. Is that the boss cat? Why he's spying? What? What do you mean? It was an accident, promise. It was an accident. I meant to call someone. Girl, I forgot her name. It's the lawyer girl.
What the fuck, Leo?
What? I was just chilling, okay? It's not my fault. See? The panda is okay with it. Good. Doggo. More cats. And boss. How is this one? Me taking a selfie with the fancy mahjong guy. No boss sound effect. Oh my god, show you a phone. What the hell is this picture? Why do I just have... Why do I have a selfie with a bald man? The hell is this? Oh, and then the jamming squirrel. We go from jamming squirrel to this. Oh, and this is from the beginning of the game. And then there's just this. Alright, okay, let's just go in here. Why did I just have a picture of a bald guy? What the fuck? Nice. Let's start by reviewing the plan. The suspected target is Ushikiri-kun's final opponent from his fights in the Genbukai. Oh yeah, that's her name. Sayori? Sayori? The plastic bag girl. Right. I've heard Kendo use his chatter account to spread the rumor that his opponent will be staying at a certain hotel nearby. Tonight, Kendo will impersonate the target, heading out for road work from that hotel. Good job to load the payback box out of sight. Keep him there until you arrive, Yagami-san.
Hey.
Kendo-kun, are you really sure about you want to do this? Pretty risky. Yes, in fact, I need to do it. I want to make up for what I've done so far.
Gotcha.
Alright, then. I'll be right behind you all the way. So you should be okay, but careful all the same. Yeah? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. That doesn't really surprise me. Bunch of memes simping for her on the Yakuza Discord, yeah. That's surprised. Yeah, thanks, Yagami-san. All that's left is to head out. Please, let me know when you're ready. Let's roll. Do I have to go in again?
Yagami-san.
Do it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, may actually disguise yourself first. Getting her really is the perfect pair box and suddenly recognizes as is. Ah, smart move. Wait, I think I have another funny picture on the console. Hold on. No, there's this one. I guess I'm sticking up the joint. I better make this quick. It's not the one I was looking for. This one. Perhaps the kind of illness that makes you play games in your room all day. Oh. Where's the one I'm looking? Hey, is again. Hey, wasn't there like a... I guess not. Bunnies. That's from the casino. Alright, well let's just stay in the screen for no apparent reason while I go check the Discord. Oh, I see. You sent one of the simping memes. And before she gets her own game now, because all that, cause all this simping. They take a picture of an ashtray. Looks like a child. She just looks very young for her age, I guess. What's this one? So thank you for reaching out to us. I've come for the you know what. Yeah, she's just small. Japanese people aren't that tall. Alright, perfect the sky. Alright, now I'm looking good and anonymous. Okay, where do we begin? Oh, we're ready to begin. Wait, what happened to my disguise?
Hey.
Hey. Kento-kun? Seems he's already in position. He told me he's good to go. Alright, let's see this to the end. Man, I love this music. There he goes! Nice. Whoa. We wait until anyone who looks like the payback walker shows up.
Ah.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Matches the description. Is our plan really working? It's a reasonable clue area nearby. Let's have Kento lead him there. Finally, we're about to meet the payback boxer. Excuse me. What the hell?
I'm here because of your past sins.
My sins? Yeah, aren't you the one? Aren't you the one here to send payback boxer? Dot.
What?
You.
No way.
Can ya?
Huh?
What? Oh, no way. Where's your kitty? Dot.
Kenya.
But why would you do this?
Hey.
Tell me, Shikiri. Why are you picking fights with people you've already beaten in the Kambukai? You already know that much, huh? I guess there's no point in hiding it then. Where to start? You guys know all about the gambling at the Genbukai, right?
Yeah.
I heard you weren't excited to save. I heard you weren't excited to save bet at first. Yeah, I heard that too. But apparently, whoever bet on me made a nice fortune out of it. Well, I don't know if you're aware yet, but all that success was plotted out.
No way.
Plotted out? You mean there were fixed matches?
Right.
Every single one of my opponents got paid by the event sponsors to lose. So, what you're doing... So what? You're doing this as revenge? Against the people who wouldn't really fight you? Huh, that's ridiculous. This isn't about revenge at all. That's a test. I need to see if I'm actually strong enough to beat them. Oh, that's a fair point. I see. That's what all this is about. All of it, even the payback boxing gimmick. To see if you're strong enough to fight off your father, right? I even know about my pops. But yeah, you nailed it. I haven't forgotten it, even after all this time. I still have nightmares almost every night. About how you used to chew me out and beat me and make me learn how to kill people, as a father does. And how to destroy them. Even though I never wanted to hurt anybody. It was hell. Absolutely hell. Even after my mom and I got out, I was still so scared. I know, right? Classic father. Classic father moment. Every time I realize he's coming to take me back someday. Every time I realize he's coming to take me back someday, I couldn't stop shaking.
I gotta get stronger.
It's like beat my pops. Someday I have to go back to that life. Kitty, I'm sorry. Why are you not stopping me?
Kenya!
What are you doing? I have to know for certain whether or not I'm strong enough.
I gotta get stronger.
I can't hunt him down. My last phony opponent. Kenya.
Hey.
People. Boom. Shikiri, if you really want to test your strength, you've got a lot of options, you know. What? Like boxing.
What's that?
Not allowed to. I got Todoroki's permission. I'll be your sparring partner.
Huh?
Coach is letting me.
Yeah.
Shikiri trained me real hard. Even put together a special program for me. So I could have a decent chance against you. Fight means that. If you're still not satisfied, then you can look for world champions or something.
Got it.
Okay. I'll wait for you at the gym.
Yagami-san.
Yagami-san, do you think you beat him?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've got a much more important job in that ring.
What?
What would that be? The only thing that could probably save Kenya. You need to get him to feel the joy of boxing. I have to lose? I'll win. Alright, well, back to the boxing ring. Didn't really need that disguise after all. Fucking like a step every how. He just likes to take it nice and slow. Like me. Enjoy he's just, you know, sightseeing too, enjoying the environment. Man, I would skateboard and run all the way down to the boxing ring, but I'm just gonna take the taxi, because, yeah, this controller's not fun running around with. Try blowing it. I blew it. Oh my god, it worked. Oh, never mind, he stopped again. It worked for a split second.
Yagami!
Kane's already here. He's got so many scars.
You.
Hey, something happened between you two? I'd say so. Okay. Well, let me know when you're ready. I'm ready. Press triangle, 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 triangle. During EX. Why do I have so much money? Here we go, here we go. For the final boss of boxing. Ooh, I'm a sideways hit too. Oh yeah, you're right. It is probably the VR game, yeah. We played that a lot, I remember last time. I'm a Sao, Kitakun. Thanks for coming by.
Yes.
This is an important match.
Yagami-san.
Who excited do I cheer for here? You should root for Ushikiri. Sure, can do.
Oshikiri.
Don't you hold back. Give me everything you've got.
Let's do this.
That's my plan. I'm gonna knock you flat. Yeah, you get so much money from the VR. Paradise VR.
In the blue corner.
Damn, the whole fucking town is here. Let's roll. People box. He is a ripped and he's got so many scars. People box. Go on then, mate. Show me what you got. Ooh. Oh, he missed me. What is his armor he keeps getting? He's hacking. Is he charging up Dragon Ball style? What the fuck's going on? What is he doing? He's trying to go Super Saiyan? Dance buddy. What the hell? Wait, I won already? Excuse me? Why was that so easy?
That's what I'm talking about.
We only went one round with him. What the fuck? Even that retired guy was better. What? What the?
Hey.
What's up? That all you got? What is it? Yoshikiri, you're not moving like you used to. Anything out of it today?
Hey.
Destroy you. Oh my god, look at his veins. What the fuck is happening to him?
Oshikiri?
I'll ruin you.
What the fuck? Did he get possessed by Satan? What happened here? Drugs. Oh shit, this is bad. Ref, stop the match. Ushikiri, the fight's over. Move it. Oh my god. KO'd the ref.
Are you serious?
Kenya!
Stop! Stop the fuck out of it!
Nope.
Nope. The casual Yagami, nope. I'll handle this. What? But
Hey.
stop the fight now, and this is over nothing. Agreed?
Huh.
You want Ushikiri to learn the joy of boxing, but right now his head's not even on straight. Mother. That means we're nowhere near done here. Yeah, poor. Really, Ushikiri's somewhere in that cage of fury. I'm dragging him out of that right now.
I'll ruin you.
Just try me, Ushikiri. Oh, now the real fight begins. Yeah, I thought it was fucking weird. He went down once and that was it. Now I'm just gonna get one-shotted. Unhinged trainee. Monka shake, I'm shaking. Oh my god. He's barely taking any damage. Coach. This guy's hacking. Yeah, he's the one with the plot armor. Yeah, he's just really angry. Okay, get away from me. Jesus, he takes so many hits. And he's badly losing any stamina. Hey nerds, oh shit, the death has arrived. Hello, Mr. Death. Hey, daughter. Oh my god, what? Can't salute right now. I'm basically getting my ass beat. But thank you, Ginger. Handing out a passport to death. Appreciate it, my good sir. Oh, he ran out the clock. I was gonna say, oh, I forgot. Whatever, go get him. Hey, you can smack people now. With the legendary fish. Okay, I'm sorry to your last day in Tokyo? No. That was quick. Last day in Tokyo. Quick, go hit the vending machines and claw machines. Yeah, Def, he's in Tokyo right now. He's on vacation in Japan. God, he rarely runs out of stamina. You have to check out. I'll check out of the hotel and everything. Good Def. See you in a bit. What is he doing? Oh wait, I'm out of stamina. He's full stamina. Jesus Christ. Just run out the clock, man. Just run out the clock. Hey, clock successfully ran out. This is an endurance match now. We don't care about beating him. Just survive the 5 rounds and I'll be happy. Oh my god, I've already lost so much health. He takes so little damage from me. He's finally low. Oh. A little low in stamina. Oh, didn't mean to pause there. Yagabi now. Where's Daffy from? He's from Malaysia, I believe. Just run out the clock, run out the clock. Keep dodging, keep dodging. Run out the clock, run out the clock. We're not risking anything. Hey. He is on vacation in Japan right now, though. Oh, here we go. Fourth and final round. What happens if none of us dies here? It's just a draw. Oh my god, that fucking punch to the face. He is starting to get tired though. No, what? Why didn't it do the EXE? That's what I was gambling on. Why didn't it do the EX? Wrecked. Just run out the clock now, I guess. There's no way I can make him run out of stamina again. Ref! Time! Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I won. I had 241 clean hits. Oof. We won by running out the clock. Oh my god. I'll take it. I wonder if it even is possible to beat him. We probably would have beat him if that EX actually would have popped there, but oh well. What's wrong? Come get me, bro.
I'll ruin you.
You're fucking dead. I'm gonna crush you.
Hey.
Yoshikiri, you enjoy boxing, right? You consider what you're doing now boxing? I sure you don't. Seems like you're just trying to kill me. Not boxing? You need to learn to push past instincts your father drilled into you. Remember what Todoroki's taught you.
Show me what you've got. As a bona fide boxer.
Sorry. Shut up. We're all good now. Great. Then let's get back to the action. Yeah, let's do it. This time, I'm going all out of the box. Oh my god, we're going again? Really? Bring it, Ushikiri. Oh my fucking god. Round of fucking 3. Let's do it. For real this time. Supernova of Hope. His title change. Right, now he's not possessed by a demon. He actually runs out of stamina now. What the hell are you doing? Oh, stop! Whatever you're doing. There we go. Beat him up in the fucking corner. And he's probably gonna get up again, isn't he? No, he's okay. Was that it? Are we done now? Or are we gonna fight him again a 4th time? Jesus Christ, man. Probably that was it, right? Get through it somehow.
Hey. You okay?
Oh, it's dialogue. It's voice acting.
Son. Coach,
Yeah?
this boxing and martial arts stuff, I never knew they could be this much fun.
That's the spirit of Shikiri.
I wonder why I never realized it before.
Kenya.
Nah, he's surprisingly not dead.
Oshikiri.
Back to no voice acting. You okay?
Yeah.
Hey.
You remember our promise? Don't worry. I'm gonna keep it. That's good.
Appreciate it.
Trying to carry the light back there. You did good. If I wrote about Shikiri, I'd say he'd be okay. Finally got the message you've been preaching.
Yeah. Yagami.
But hey, so some weirdos are on the way in now. Weirdos? Which chat? Who are these guys? Greetings, Todoroki Boxing Gym. Sorry to intrude like this. That Honda? So that means that with the Neo Cayenne gang.
What's up?
This guy's some business with Kenya Yoshikiri-kun. Does he trade you?
You.
Who the blue fuck are you? What do you want with Kenya? We haven't run a little fight every so often, and now all our interns are falling victims to this random attacker. Payback boxer, new terror of a Jinchu. Word on him reach a gym yet? Exclamation mark. You'd think it had, since the rumor is he's Ushikiri-kun.
The hell?
But you say, no way Kenya's doing anything like that.
Huh?
Move it.
Guys, if you roll this tight enough, You can break a brick with this thing.
Oh, kill a man. Jesus Christ. Bring me Kenya Shikiri. Do it right now and kill this guy. What is he doing here? Oh, wait, that is him. Or someone else. Let him go. Starting this many guys at once. Sure got guts, can you, kid? What bright future awaits you?
Hey!
Hey. What? Now you want to start some shit? Here. I was wondering when you were going to step in. Glad to see you here, Yagami-san. Don't be so surprised. I'm a member of this gym. You are? Well, this should get interesting. I didn't expect to see you both. That Kenya-kun. This is gonna be a fight to remember.
Oshikiri.
You ready?
Right.
More than ever. Let's do this. Time to die, squad. Jesus Christ, I hit so many of them at once. What's a bomb man go? Never. He's laying on the side of it, watching. Oh, I don't even know how to use that properly. That right there? I don't even know how to use it back. I don't even know how it works. I bet he's Monkaring. Going Super Saiyan. Wait, who the fuck is this stranger? Get out of here. Oh my god, I'm fucking throwing this man around on the street. Stranger what's in on it? What the fuck? He just ran right in the middle between us. Wrecked. This isn't hard. It isn't hard though. Apparently. Nice cutscene.
This fight's a blast! No way am I letting it end now.
The fuck is that sound? Damn, give me a break.
Really, Honda Han? You had to go and kick things off without me? Well, that's a damn shame.
Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, it's his dad. Oh, no, that's
Pops.
Been a real long time, Kenya. Boy, did I look high and low for you. Nearly lost my shit after you and your mom lit out on me.
Security.
Whoa
Slap.
there, Yagami-san. They're in the middle of some family time. How about you and I chat instead?
Why are you working with Fudo Oshikiri?
Fudo-san apparently heard about Kenya-kun becoming the Genbukai champ, so he paid me a visit. He even went a few rounds himself in the thing. Seriously, that is one strong dude. I guess he had all sorts of time on his hands after the Omi disbanded, so I figured he might get in on the Neo-Keihin.
okay. That explains why Honda and Fudo Shikiri were in the picture together at the Genbukai. And he has a welcome back, Death.
Okay, enough running our mouths. It's fighting time, Yagami-san!
Again.
No, I have to discipline you, Kenya. It's what any father would do. Beat your kid hard enough, maybe they'll think twice about running away. Alright, fuck off, pal! You're done with the bad dad bullshit. Oh, and just who the hell might you be?
His new dad.
Look at this goofy little crew you've built yourself, Kenya. Oh! You bastard!
And he's out again. This is not looking good.
Eyes on me, losers!
Poor bald man. Yeah.
Oh, that all you pipsqueaks got?
Back to back wrecked. What? They got taken out that fast?
Pops.
Kenya, I want you to join your old man.
Why?
Because I'm gonna be the Neo Kahin's enforcer, and I need someone I can trust by my side. With the Tojo and the Omi both dead in the dirt, us monsters don't have a place to call home, do we? Besides, it won't do you any good to disobey me. Boxing's a waste of your talent. You'll never be a winner. But if you come with me, we could be the biggest thing to hit the underground. So what do you say, my boy? Let's put that strength of yours to work. Kenya!
Stop! You won't stand a chance!
Kenya, don't go with him. He'll take everything from you. All the progress you've made. Didn't you learn? Didn't Yagami show you the way? How to use your strength not to kill people, but to feel the joy of boxing.
But, Coach...
Shut up!
Coach!
Jesus.
Oshikiri, Coach is right. Your father just wants you as his killing machine. Is that what you want to be? What happened to finding your freedom? Isn't boxing what made you feel again?
Boxing. Huh?
Don't tell me you bought into his bullshit.
Pops. I'm not going with you.
Huh?
I said I'm not going with you. You can't hurt me anymore. And I won't let you control my life just to kill people!
Then I'll drag you to my side, whether your dumbass likes it or not.
Let go! Oshikiri, ready?
Yeah. I'm done running. Now that I've got boxing to live for.
All right. Let's do this!
Yeah!
Time for the final boss. The dad.
Huh? Sounds like a good time! Too bad. We didn't have to do this the hard way. But it's time you learned some respect!
Why are they fighting? Because this guy is his dad. And well, the dad wants his son to join this sketchy underground gang and kill people for him. But they should have made it a cutscene. That kind of is a full-on cutscene already. I'm just happy that it's voice acted. I feel like a lot of the side stuff could have been cutscenes. Because they're so good. Is he not gonna do anything? The box stuff? Mr. Kitty. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hold up. I gotta down a few nigiris here. There we go. I'm scared. Can't even do that much damage. Yeah. I'm happy it's voice acted, so I don't have to do it. He hasn't done anything, Yoshikiri. Stop voice acting, Leo. We've already done that a lot. Oh my god, that move. Oh my god, he's Omega Moontouring. So is this guy. They're both doing it. What the? Why did they send him flying? Alright, Tano down another few nigiris. Not enough Leo voice acting, don't worry. If we continue with the side stuff, you get more Leo voice acting. What the fuck? Did he just throw a Molotov at me? Oh my god, I forgot about that move. Get fucked. One more time.
Damn it! Don't think for a minute that I'm letting you get away with this.
Go ahead, run your mouth.
What?
Your threats don't mean shit to me now.
Oh, they don't, huh?
Fudo Oshikiri, you've kept your son in a cage of dread for years, haven't you? Just to have him at your disposal. Well, not only has he gotten stronger, I think he's broken free of your influence.
Yeah. Now that I fought him, I know he's not so tough.
Why, you little fucking brat! What was that?
It's called boxing, old man.
Boxing?
Get it? I'm a boxer now. I won't use that garbage you jammed in my head. I don't kill people.
Kenya, you're nothing but a worthless ingrate. If this is how you repay me, then you're dead!
KO.
Pops, I don't ever want to see your face again.
Time to blow this joint!
He's dragging him back home. Nice. $100 yen. 100k yen. Now, time for my voice acting. Todoroki, how's everyone else?
Yep.
I heard a tough bunch. No one got knocked out, so they'll be fine after they rushed up a bit. Hey, C.
Thank you.
Hey, coach, you gotta be sad. Thank you. Earlier. No, come on again. Yeah, now give me. Give him a third one. Give him a third one for the road. You helped me remember what I needed to. What I've been trying to protect this whole time. Yoshikiri, from now on, I'm gonna fight for the joy of it instead of fear.
Yeah.
Good.
Kenya!
I'll get something for you. Actual cutscene? That would get me nothing at 100 yen yet.
Well then.
Wouldn't be able to buy anything. It was 100k.
Wait a sec. This a pro boxing league application?
You'll be 17 next month. that's old enough to get your pro license. I'll be your sponsor. So, if you want to go for it, why not? You know?
Coach, you sure you're good with this? Me going pro?
Yeah. You finally got control of those demons in you. So you're off the leash. Spread your wings. Take the world by storm.
You got it, Coach. And hey, I think I'm gonna like being a boxer.
Happy ending. He became a pro
Kurosawa.
boxer. I brought him with me. Yo! Bow for you, please. Have a seat. What if his demons come back then? Well, shit. Time to beat the demon out of him again.
Hey,
I can't voice act the emotional cutscenes. Thank God for that. But I see there was some side stuff that was actual cutscenes in the other Yakuzas. Nice. Shikiri-kun, I believe you have some information about the professor.
Right.
Yeah, I get a letter one day from the professor. A letter? Spelled out everything for me. Hell, my opponents in the Genbukai were guilty of match fixing. There was more than enough proof in there. Pictures of payoff records, emails telling him what to do. There's even a list of all my opponent's home address. Jesus, 8 years. God damn. That's what made me hide my face and challenge him again. 2 one-on-one, bare knuckle fights where no one could interfere.
Yagami-san.
Isn't this rather odd? You're gonna go be Last Judgment IIL, go for in depth. Then go fight any random Yakuza. Go fight all the Yakuzas you find on the way. Beat them up, steal their money. And use the money for claw machines. Yeah, fun death. Isn't this rather odd? The professor supposedly controls the Neo-Kain gang. Neo-Kain gang is responsible for running the Genbukai. This means informing Ushikiri-kun about the metrics and his opponents whereabouts should go against their interest. 5 whole years. Almost. Just 2 years short of how long his DBD has been out for. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Maybe the professor reached out to Ushikiri for some reason. Let's make a profit. If that's the case, you've not been here ever yet. Death has never been here. He's never actually truly been here. He's deaf. He's a phantom. If that's the case, perhaps the professor and the Neo-Kain gang aren't exactly on the same page.
Which means...
That's true. We may need to rethink the relationship between the two. Why the professor is leading Saryu's students astray at the true connection to the Neo-Kain gang. Still have some answers to uncover before we can see the truth. 6 match evidence. Everybody can change. Trophy. Another one down. Can we go do the dancing thing now? Even though it's nighttime. Nice. I have to run like this because, yeah, my controller's broken. Thumbstick's a bit messed up. Rabbit it up.
Which song are we doing?
Hashtag first penguin.
Big decision. What should we
Nice.
I want the suit.
Yeah, awesome. What do you? Yeah, awesome. What do you think? Yeah, pretty
do?
cool.
Which song are we doing?
Okay, let's go.
How does this work?
Yeah. Awesome.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. SpongeBob.
What do you think?
Was that actually a sentence you were trying to say? Oh, this is just random things.
Yeah.
Yeah, to what, SpongeBob?
Yeah.
Why did you say it twice?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could watch them dance in the background. But well. Gotta keep an eye on the icons. Nice. You did say a sentence, kind of, but
Hey, you're looking good.
it sound like one.
Oh my god, he is doing the gritty.
Oh
SpongeBob?
my god, he's doing the gritty.
He sure was. Yakami's signature move. Man, I hate to say this, but we might have to do a main mission.
Who was part of that game with he does dance moves?
Dance moves.
Wait, that game with F has that? I mean, what? The better question is, what dance move doesn't that game with F have? It has like every dance move in existence at this point.
What the fuck was happening in my ears, bro?
I don't know. They were going crazy with SpongeBob. SpongeBob was getting a little out of control. I really don't want to do body cream.
Yeah, also last bit.
Also last bit.
You sounded sad when you said that, SpongeBob.
I'm out here trying to check out. I just hear dubstep sponge.
I'm not you trying to check out a dubstep SpongeBob. That's a funny comment. I like that one.
Frown.
Brown.
Lost Judgment. A game where you work into the body and still have the game but serious. What a fantastic game. Well, you better play tomorrow by the way last bit.
Oh shit, everyone's running out of bits here.
Gritty and still have the game be serious. What a fantastic game.
Everyone's running low on
You better
bits.
Play it tomorrow by the way last bits.
Means no more SpongeBob. But I agree, Mr. Kikoner. It is a fantastic fucking game. Just as fantastic as Bear with Me. I know, Shad first. Yep. tomorrow. Happening. New update, new chapter, and Dead by the Daylight. A chapter everyone is not really that excited for some reason. He just said no. I'm sorry. It's happening, gentlemen. EBD makes the rules.
Really, guys?
They're the true mastermind behind this. They run the stream secretly. You good? You good, Justin? Sounds about right. Wait, why did I only have one of these? What are these? Would these here all the time? A second. Taiyaki. Maybe with staff. With extra love, of course. The big taiyaki bake. With like palm improvement. Yeah, I don't know what you were doing with Justin, but it sounds like he was having a stroke. Wasn't having the best time right there. Oh, Justin, man. Yeah, so what do we do now? Do we actually do a main quest? Main quest. Now, exactly. Got DVT stuck on my PlayStation. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean you got it stuck? Stuck as in we can't play it? We'll quickly ahead in here, and then after we could perhaps do the main quest. Feels weird, man.
By the way.
Oh, where's everyone else today? Well, they all had stuff to do, so they left early. Emily-chan was supposed to have a shift today, too. I bet she overslept again. Jeez, that girl just does everything on her own terms.
I see.
That's a one-woman show tonight. Sounds hard. It's a small place, so I can handle this by myself. Order something. Oh, okay. Sorry, Yagami-san, but you'll have to excuse me. I'll be back soon. Who the fuck are these guys? Oh, welcome.
Hey, boss, this isn't a normal bar, is it?
Hey. Oh, come on, they'll be fine. This is not fine. You gotta please just go home.
Sorry.
Kawasaki-kun, you're too much of a square to leave now. That's the executive order. Terrible, terrible boss. Why does he burp? What? Burp. Okay. Yeah, they have been drinking, but that was just so random.
Now listen here, Kawasaki-kun.
Talking to young ladies can be good and stimulating sometimes. Was your man stimulated? Well, you can pretty much feel the power pulsing through you.
I remember getting turned on when I was young.
What? My belly was always the thing to swell up first, believe it or not. Please stop. This is the worst drink I've ever had to listen to. Okay, but Shaq, you could. If you don't loosen up on a business trip, you're gonna be a stiff for the rest of your life, Eric. Isn't that show, Mr. Good-looking young guy?
Huh.
I guess. I'm so sorry. They're both pretty drunk. Welcome, Willoughby. What do you mean, excuse me? Why are you sussing me? I did not say anything, Reed. I was just reading the text. How the fuck that? An interesting switch. Mr. Death? Yeah, how did that happen? How did he pop up here? Dad? Oh. Wait, what? This is awkward. Hey, why are you turned on? Because you're here.
Huh?
Wait, what? That's Haruka-chan's dad? The straight-laced one? Hey, anyone ever tell you look like someone? Excuse me? This is some celebrity thing. It's no use. I'm too drunk to remember. He says he hasn't noticed. That's right. You're thinking of Yuko Mitsuyama, right? People confuse me with her all the time. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. What do you think, sir? Oh, you fell asleep. What? All caps? What? What's wrong? What happened? I didn't say nothing. Nothing happened. No, man, he fell asleep. Hey, boss, wake up, sir. This girl's trying to talk to us. This is bad. Well, he's normally yabbing pretty loudly, so I guess this is better. What? No, I didn't say such a thing. Excuse me? You must be hearing things, Mr. Junior. Clipped and shipped. Nothing has been clipped and shipped. Nothing. Someone disable the clip feature. Oh, turn it off. That's your dad, right?
Hi.
Yeah, it is. He comes to Ujinchu for business trip sometimes. Guess he was on his way back home, way back from one today. I think he didn't notice it was you, Haruka-chan. He's really drunk, which is rare even for him. But at home, I always wear sweats? What? Sweats, no makeup, so maybe that's why he didn't notice me. His true self is coming out. What? What do you mean? What happened? Nothing happened, gentlemen.
No way.
Still, no recognizing your own daughter? You must be pretty hammered. What is my prude of a dad even doing in a girl's bar? Looks like his boss dragged him here. Yeah. What am I supposed to do? Can't not serve him, but if I talk to him too much, he might figure it out. I had no other customers here? Oh, that's me. I know other customers here? This is tricky indeed. Oh, I know. Yagabi-san, you have to keep my dad drinking no matter what. Kick him out! I mean, they could, yeah. They could be like, you're too drunk to be here. Kick him out. Oh my god. You heard nothing, Def. The game made me say that, okay? I did not say that on my own free will. I was just reading what the game told me to read. Amy-san, we can't let him sober up. Well, okay, but doesn't your dad have a liver made of... But does your dad have a liver made of steel?
Hi.
Yeah, if he goes first 30 minutes without a drink, the alcohol starts breaking down. And his buzz wears off.
Seriously?
No way, just like that? Huh. Keep talking to him and maybe flatter him a bit. You should be in the clear. Oh, I need to flatter this man? No, I didn't say that. You... God, You must be hearing things, Mr. Junior. Why did not say such a thing, no. Roll it back! Roll it back! Rewind the tape! Rewind the tape! Give us an instant replay. You heard it too? God damn. Both of you must be hearing things then. That's crazy. Bit weird. Alright, I can see you.
Gotcha.
Okay, just gotta smoosh them up. What? What does that even mean? No problem. Scamoose? Here's your order. Oh, thanks. I'm gonna say this again. You look really familiar. You're 22. Almost as old as me. It feels like I know you from somewhere. Oh, actually, my glasses are in my bag. Okay, now it's time to distract them from Haruka-chan.
Excuse me.
Oh, hey, I mean, your name is Kawasaki-san, right? Huh? Yeah, just a humble salaryman.
Yagami.
We're sitting next to each other. Why we drink together? Well, you got that right. Drinking alone is never fun. Even drinking alone with a young lady. I'm just so crazy about. Need to keep Kawasaki-san drinking so it doesn't sober up. Gotta bring up a different subject. You're quite the Luca? Luca? What? Doing a business trip today. So you have a daughter. What does that even mean? You're quite the looker? What does that even mean? Clipped, by the way. What? Nothing. You know. What did you clip? You clipped nothing. See you on a business trip today. Boss? Yeah, I'm quite sure. So it would be a shame if this clip you supposedly clipped were to magically disappear. It would be a shame, wouldn't it? Hey, yeah, my manager. We had to visit our clients and apologize for some mistake we made the other day.
I see.
What the fuck, Leo? What? That does not sound fun. What do you mean, what the fuck? I'm just saying that would be a shame, wouldn't it? You can't say that again. It was my manager's fault. But somehow it ended up getting pinned on me. Just no.
Cheers.
Then how about we really cut loose and drink your sorrows away? You'd be so tired you can delete the VOD. Shit, man, he's got a point, you know. Def's got a good point right there. That would be a real shame. It would be a real shame that this VOD is still going to be up after the stream. Everyone to see. This sounds good to me. Nice. You can really knock it back. You still got room in for more. You still got room here for more, right? You bet I do. Miss, keep them coming. You got it. You. How many are you? You want to hang a drink a buddy, Yagami-san?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Haruka-chan. Bring Kawasaki-san another.
Hi.
Okay. You got it, Dad. Serving her dad at a girls' bar. Fall asleep on the job. Just like that other guy on the counter right there. You know, she hasn't said much this whole time. I thought the point of a girls' bar was to talk to girls. Her throat is kind of in a rough shape. Bad cold, you know. Her Japanese isn't so great. She is Japanese, though. Batman. Batman is not an option. Her throat's in kind of a rough shape. Back cold, you know. Oh, well, that's not good. That's right. A cough. You could at least be wearing a mask. Good point, drunk guy.
Hi.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Damn it. He's paying too much attention to Haruka-chan. Hey now, Kawasaki-san. Why'd you stop drinking? Oh, silly me. I will say, looking at a girl this age is making me think.
What?
Think about what? Tell her the truth, Yagami-san. I got some personal ties to Jinchu. Well, my daughter lives in the city. She's a college student. Ah. Really, a daughter? Yagami-san, please, change the subject. Working on it. I don't know if this was some kind of rebellious phase, but she never listened to me. She doesn't even try to talk to me when she visits home. Sorry to hear that. And who's the one paying her tuition? Me. How ungrateful can she be? Sometimes I wonder if I raised a moron. Oh shit. Saying that right in front of her. God damn. Sometimes I wonder if I raised a moron. But she's a bright, beautiful girl. Smart enough to get into a national university in Yokohama. I can't wait to see what she accomplishes. Even if she hates me, she's still my girl. And I'll always be in her corner.
Huh?
Must be really proud of your daughter. Must be really proud of your daughter. Yeah, I am. I'm really proud of her. Gulp, gulp. I have no idea how long it's been since we last spoke. Why'd you stop talking to me? Felt like just yesterday that she clogged onto me shouting, Daddy, Daddy. I'm sorry. Maybe it was too overprotective. When she was about to leave for college, she said, I need to learn to be independent, so I'm going to live on my own. She's always been passionate about her dreams, so I knew where she was coming from. But living on her own scares the hell out of me. This is funny. It is quite funny, yeah. I hear you. Maybe. Yeah, you learn how to let go. You're just trying to leave the nest, after all. I don't care if she hates me. The most important thing is for my daughter to thrive. That should be enough for me to be happy.
I see.
You're a great dad. I'm sure your daughter knows how you feel deep down. You really think so?
Yep.
Yup. Then maybe I get to talk to her again. Just like the good old days. You know, ever since she was little, I always dreamed of the day where I would go out for a night of drinking with my daughter. If that dream would ever come true, I could die a happy man. Well, that's happening right now. I'm willing to bet Haruka-san does appreciate you. I know how you will be taking. I know you two will be talking again in no time. I sure hope so. Wait, did I ever mention my daughter's name to you? Haruka-san?
Huh?
Totally. You absolutely 100% did. I did I? I must be drunker than I thought. Why didn't you say something? Oh, now you're sleeping too. This might be the first time I've seen my dad pass out from drinking.
Yeah.
He's really in a drinking mood. I have a lot to say about you too, Haruka-chan. He's eating the glass. Yeah, I did. Why don't we help your dad and his boss into a cab?
Hi.
Okay. That was close. But at least he had a nice, wholesome confession about his daughter. Yeah, cold. Well, you know where Kawasaki-san lives, but how do we get his boss home? He can just stay at the house. People from his company used to black out and spend the night in our place all the time. What the fuck?
No way.
Well, I guess that's what we have to. I guess that's what we have to do this time too. You feel bad for your folks, though, Haruka-chan.
Yagami-san.
I think next time I go home, I'm gonna talk to my dad. Maybe even have a drink together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. And I won't pretend to be someone else either. Once he pulls himself together, I'll talk to him. Haruka-chan, I'm so happy you want to drink with me. Wait, he knew this whole time. Dad! Wait, you knew? Haruka, I'm so glad you're old enough to drink. Finally, father and daughter drinking together. Stab him and take that money. What the what? That came out of nowhere. Stab the father's boss. It's like he's drinking with you in his dreams. Hey, oh dad. What a wholesome ending.
Yagami-san.
Thanks for everything today, Yagami-san. Because of you. I think my dad and I are finally going to make up.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it. Especially after the dicey situation. It's you. Emily. Not okay, I overslept. Please don't hate me. Ah, Emily-chan. You're late. I'm so sorry. Hang on. Haruka, you get some awesome news or something. You look like you're in an extra good mood today. Ah, you think so? I'm guessing someone fun dropped in, maybe?
Emily-chan.
I'm Jacoby. I'll make my day if you had a drink with me next time.
Yeah.
Maybe when I feel like it. Oh. Rejected. Oh. What? Jacoby-san, you'll need to be a little more persistent if you want to drink with Emily-chan.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems that way. Between blood and booze. Yuri's maximum friendship with Haruka. His status as a regular has increased.
Get rejected gingerly.
Get rejected gingerly. Hey, at least we still got Haruka. Got a little rocky there for a sec, but Haruka's dad really pulled through in the end. Seems like they were able to make up. Emily-chan didn't really notice me at all. Guess I'll have to come back to Girls Bite. Damn. 50k yen just from going out drinking a bit. Leo gets rejected all the time, exactly. It's normal around these parts. Yeah, can be come on now, yeah. That wasn't really that smooth. Haruka. Yeah, we maxed out Haruka-chan. Cucumber pop. It's gonna be some cucumbers that I can walk around and snack on. Spicy deep fried octopus. Cheese and spicy fish roll.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Wait, is that actually Kirio's daughter? Nah, no. Oh, they just called the same. They just have the same name. I wish I remembered what the squirrel did. Yeah, well, I guess we're going back to Kamurocho.
Hey, Leo.
Hey, Justin. What's up?
You suck.
What? Why? Very rude, Justin. Why would you say that? What happened? Oh my, Jesus Christ! I didn't think it was gonna do that much damage.
What do you like sucking, Leo?
What do I like sucking? Ice cream. Make sure I save. I don't usually save. I only save at the end of the stream when we're done. Because it auto saves, right? It auto saves.
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
Ice cream. Good answer. Yeah, it does auto saves. But in the apples on 0, 3, 4, and 5 it doesn't care.
What? So you have to constantly manual save in those? Oh my god. I gotta remember that. I always make it a habit though to save at the end of the stream when we're done. Hey, ice cream. Of course.
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
Yes, it's a pain in the kitten. You also got to manual save in Dead Souls.
The pain in the kitten. Oh man, yeah, that sure is a pain in the kitten. Pain in the kitten. Even in Dead Souls too, huh? Strange. That's odd that they didn't have autosaves. How does the fuck does this squirrel business work?
Can you hear me? Hey, Daddy.
Joyful gingerly butthole.
Joyful shit gingerly butthole.
Suspicious.
What could this
It's
mean?
because you're saving your transmission. Oh, so wait, now it works? You have to do that? Oh yeah, there you go. You have to do that first. You keep thinking it's Kojima. The Kojimbo Road. What the fuck?
Signal's close. Here we go. Destroying.
This guy's listening for something.
There it is.
Sounds coming from here. Free pass voucher. Oh, that's what the squirrels are for. They just give you like free things. Free items. That's what it is.
いらっしゃいませ。
Got $30 back here. At least that's better than nothing, you know. At least you should get some money back from it. Oh man. I hate to say this, but yeah, I think it's main story time. It was way too expensive. Yeah, well, at least it's not expensive as the controller. At least it's not as expensive as a controller here. Listed as junk. That fits. Junk. Hot Black Ops. Oh, it's this one. What's this? Hey, nice, Mr. Gov. You don't need that. Alright, okay. I'm gonna be up really quick. And then when I come back, we'll do a main mission. After 1 year, finally continue the main story. The penguins will keep you entertained. Yeah, be really quick. Hey. They had returned. Alright, good game. 20 hours, Jesus. Damn, and 6 hours for death. I actually thought it would be a lot closer for death. 6 hours is still a very long time. I'd say at least. $1,600 just for one person. Holy fuck, man. A bit pricey. Yeah, it's also pretty expensive to go to Japan from here. I think it needs like a 12-hour flight or something. That's how much your GPU costed. Holy fuck. That's insane. Wow, for that same amount of price, you could have bought yourself a ticket to Japan. God damn, man. Yeah, I'm happy about Smoothly too, Def. Good thing they got delayed it all. Like, good thing they realized it was broken. So that's a bit scary. Hey man, I guess that's better than nothing, right? You could be in VR Japan in 8K. And then you don't even have to interact with people. Just be yourself in your own living room. And be in virtual Japan. Yeah, you can do that too. All the digital bitches. Why is there so many bad guys? I just want to get to Charles. I know, this is going to be interesting. Even I'm even going to understand a thing of what the fuck they're going to be talking about. Because now that I think about it, didn't we have someone hostage or something over here in the arcade? Wasn't there something like that? This one. You'll help me. Thank you, Mr. Junior. You'll give me a quick recap. Just remembered someone. Oh wait, really? These guys are here?
You too, Genda-sensei?
What? Am I in the way?
Everyone's here.
I didn't know you still did field work.
I figured if they could pull a fast one on Saori-kun, I'd at least want to look him in the eye.
Why are all these people here? What gives?
Is this the lady that got groped? That her?
Mamiya-san is about to enlighten us on the truth behind the groping.
Ah, here it is.
Good.
Oh, and I heard about Sawa-sensei. I'm so sorry.
Our condolences.
Looks like she got mixed up in all this when RK was chasing after Kawana. But we're still not sure why they chased him. To figure that out, we'll have to retrace Kawana's steps.
Exactly.
That said, let's start with the harassment charges, Mamiya-san.
All the fucking gambling noises in the background. Alright, that's enough side mission. That's enough main story for me today. See ya. Back to Ijinju, more school stories. Go back, go back, go back. It can be into the room and they're like, alright, let's start questioning her. Then Yakami leaves right away in a taxi.
guys, I'm here to interrogate. Okay, and good gingerly I am.
Hey guys, I'm here to finally interrogate Mamiya-san. Alright, I'm good. Okay, thanks for the brief. See ya. I'm going back to helping this high schooler out. Going back to helping Awasawa. Higashi. Where's Kaito? Why is he not here? He's the only one that's not here.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Pout all you want, but keep the answers straight. Got it?
Ihara's assault was designed to establish a false alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. So Kawana had you play the victim, and together you pulled one over on the police and the court.
Can you confirm if this is all accurate so far, please?
Yeah.
The person who groped you on the train
Kaido,
wasn't
too busy
Ihara-san
coming on
himself. It was his stand-in.
Sounds about right, Justin.
And my understanding is that he had conspirators to help him fabricate this event?
That's right.
What was Kawana doing at the time? Was he in Ijinsho or Tokyo?
Didn't you hear your lady friend? Ihara-san
Lady
had a
friend.
stand-in. And that stand-in was our sensei.
You mean Kawana posed as Ihara himself? So this Ihara was actually Kawana.
What? Double gang.
Sensei and Ihara-san have a pretty
Why
similar
did we
build.
never consider that?
Not sure they could have pulled it off otherwise, you know?
But some spots don't look right, like his mouth. You sure that's really Kawana-san?
That part around his mouth is fake. He said he scanned Ihara-san's face and made it on a 3D printer.
What?
Oh, huh. You can print things in 3D now?
Well, it's a machine that takes a model's data from a computer and prints physical objects using materials like resin. So if you were to scan a person's face onto a computer, a 3D printer could accurately recreate it.
That is some next level.
I don't know the details, but that's what Sensei used to become Ihara-san.
Something like this. See, with a 3D printer, a piece of a face is pretty easy to make.
What the hell?
I see. His eyes are hidden behind the sunglasses, and the seams on his jaw are obscured by the mask.
It's incredible, I must say. With the mouth area so visible, it's too convincing to think he's anybody else. And with the prosecution assuming he's just another sexual predator, they fell for it.
This is no time to be impressed. In case you forgot, he had the defense fooled too.
Right.
Assuming Kawana was Ihara's double, there's still some evidence I'm iffy about.
I'm of the same opinion.
Okay. Which evidence is questionable?
Then pull back the curtain of this case. Any evidence I'm gonna show up. I need to press Mamiya. Mamiya-san on right now. I did permit you. So yeah, the only Kaito sound effect we have is the screw up one. He didn't go into the pachinko parlor. Yo, nice numbers, man. Yeah, it's exclamation mark scrubs.
You fucking scrubs ain't worth my time.
Exactly, there it is. Classic. Alright, so what is what here? Who is who? Oh, nice clip name. Can I delete the numbers? Wait, what? Hey, I think that deleted all your messages, but I don't know how to delete just one message, so there you go. Ligita? Oh, time to change your number, I guess. Oh boy. Yeah, what's what here? Security camera footage of Chijinko Station platform up to 1 at 9:12 p.m. Numerous cameras are called at the Groper attempting to flee the scene with a female victim pursued. Eyewitnesses smartphone footage. Everybody video recorded on smartphone taken by one of the commuters. It shows Hara getting pinned down by passerby by Tsujinko Station. What was that? The footage was TV numerous times. Called as a trace elements inspection taken from a higher has left his wrist. Trace. Wait, wouldn't. Wait, who was the stand-in? Who was the real one and who was the stand-in here? Why was it even copied in the first place? That's my question. Anyways. Mass transit car belonged to Akihiro Hara. The computer says paths automatically records the time at the entrance station capacity decrease before the incident occurred. Yeah, exactly what Junior said. It's all good, man. We all make mistakes sometimes. It's all good. Yeah, just don't copy it again. As long as you learn from the mistake, then it's all good. That'd be cool. Security camera footage, the station. Where's the sunglasses? Who appears to be since one place, switching bad about for now. Rank out security footage. Security camera footage from inside a train car. Train, but the extra grabs a visible cat of the camera. However, when the train to arrest, the footage clearly shows the female victim grabbing, followed by him fleeing. An overhead view of the Tsujinko Station platform where the Groba was captured. After the Groba using the train up until this capture. Like the average suspicion of numerous security cameras. I don't think it's. I would never call anyone, yeah. What? The very first video was leaked online. It shows in a white coat, a raincoat, murdering sheep while he's tied to a chair. I don't know. Question her about this, I guess.
Any thoughts after seeing this?
Stop it.
Stop it.
You're gonna look away? You aided and abetted by playing the victim, didn't you?
I mean, yes.
Who put this video up on the internet?
Sensei did. He said from the start that once Ehara-san got his
Who
guilty
is
verdict,
Sensei?
he'd upload it to the internet.
So that was all part of the plan.
Own?
Yeah. Sensei can't forgive the law for how easy it lets off bullies. Ehara-san's the same way. His son's death was brushed aside. The court blamed his suicide on unknown factors. And that's what led them to his whole plan. The real victim is some bully who never got what he deserved, and the killer gets off in court by being convicted of battery. How would the public respond after finding out they'd gamed the law like that?
So Kawana and Ahara's real plan was to make a mockery out of the justice system.
Seems to be going well for them. The courts are beside themselves for dragging the police into this.
I guess Ahara really was desperate. He was never concerned about his own punishment.
Oh,
He
that's who
tarnished his
Sensei
own
is?
name to humiliate the law.
Yeah, cop or not, Ahara is a broken man. Nobody took responsibility for his son's death, and the courts all but ignored his case. No wonder he went along with Kawana.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Sensei and Ehara-san are the perfect pair with nothing to lose. The only ones who do are the ones forced to comply. Us. Speaking of which, are we done here yet?
Another one. I don't call proof people. All these fucking autocorrect typos. Nice. Then my Phoenix. Nice one, autocorrect. What else would it be? Would it be this one?
How about this then?
How about this then?
And this is?
Before the incident, Ahara used this card to go through the ticket gate at Ikebukuro, the time of which was recorded.
Right, and it was on October 7th at 7:43 a.m.
Thanks, Hoshino-kun.
Happy to help, Yagami-san.
At the earliest, Mikoshiba's time of death would have been 7:30 a.m. If Ihara killed Mikoshiba in Ijinsho, he would have only had 13 minutes to get to Ikebukuro. And frankly, that's impossible.
That's what's stumping you?
Huh?
Sensei borrowed the card from Ihara-san beforehand and passed through the gate. Afterward, he slipped it back to Ihara-san when they switched places. That way, Ihara-san ended up having the time-stamped card on him. Makes sense now.
So even the entry time through the ticket gate was used as part of the alibi?
It all seems so obvious now that I hear it. Nobody'd suspect that a groping was being used as an alibi for murder.
Yeah. And on top of all that, no one knew Mikoshiba had been killed during the trial. They really pulled it off.
Anything else?
We have more? Yeah, Junior likes his SpongeBob voices too much. This one, I guess?
This piece of the puzzle still needs an explanation.
Is that...
The police examined the trace evidence on Ihara's hands after he was
Yeah, how does
caught.
this fit in?
And from the analysis, the same fibers from Mamiya-san's undergarments were found on Ihara's hands.
That's right. If the stand-in was the groper, Ihara-san wouldn't have touched Mamiya-san at all. But the evidence on Ihara-san's hands suggests otherwise. Rather strange.
That is rather strange.
I take it there was a trick to this, too?
That's simple. Before I got in the train, I met with the real Ihara-san at the underground platform. That's when I had him touch the undergarment. After that, all I had to do was go to the bathroom and put them on.
The undergarment.
That's where the fibers in the trace were from.
Fancy. As I expected, Gina had fabricated the harassment evidence long before it happened. Welcome back, Gov.
What the police found on Ihara-san's hands was exactly what we wanted them to find. And it would serve as hard proof he grabbed me. The courts really ate it up. It was hard not to laugh sometimes, to be honest.
You're really starting to open up. That's the spirit.
Yagami-san, you sure that's enough?
Yeah, I think we've got plenty. Bottom line, groping was a fabrication. At the very least, we know that the prosecution's evidence can all be refuted.
The courts were being intentionally misled. I'm considering filing an appeal.
Are you saying you want a retrial?
I am. We'll reveal Ihara and Kawana's plot and overturn the verdict they issued.
That might be harder than it sounds.
Why do you say that, Genda-sensei?
Well, the previous trial resulted in Ihara being found guilty, right? As the client, if he doesn't want an appeal, there's no way you're getting one. Doesn't matter what any lawyer tries to do. If Ihara refuses to appeal, then that's that.
And we'll talk to him tomorrow. First, we need to see how he reacts to everything we've got on him.
Sounds good. Then let's meet at the detention center tomorrow.
Will do.
So, we done for the night?
Among Us.
Sure are. Great job, everyone. Go get some rest.
Sounded like he grabbed the mic really quick and ran away. Grabbed the mic to say that and then ran away.
Yo.
Yo.
Yagami, you sure it was cool to let that Mamiya chick just go home?
Yeah? Why?
I mean, she helped Kawana kill all those people. Aren't you gonna turn her in or something?
I would. There's nothing we can do.
Wanda is that crazy
Nothing
guy,
we
right?
Can do?
Frankly, we don't have any proof of the murder she was talking about.
What, so this is all for nothing?
Nothing directly pointing to Mamiya, anyway. Aside
That's
from
a
Mikoshiba,
big ice
no other
cube
bodies turned up.
in that glass.
Which means all we can do is take her home, right? Sugiura is making sure she gets back safe.
Fine, forget it. Why are you still here? Everyone else went home already.
Come on, man, why the cold shoulder? Am I really that annoying?
You wouldn't be the guy I'd call to hang out with. So if you're
Calm,
done,
Orocho.
go.
Wow. Straight for the jugular, huh?
So I said.
But if it's help you need, I'll be there. I've had nothing but time lately.
Which is
but
who
only
knows
if
where.
you bow your head and ask nice. Then I'll consider it.
I know for a fact you'd help me out regardless, so why waste a good bow? Thanks for the drink.
Dude, come on. That was your cue to bow and ask nice.
Bye, Hagashi. We just finished interrogating the lady. I'm gonna go with Sarah's son to interview Ihara tomorrow. Time to call it a day. You heard the man. Time to call it a day. Here we go. He said call it a day. Let's switch to some DVD. Wait, hold on. Kowana. That is... Oh, wait. I have to click on it. Right? Oh, this is Kowana. The guy that ran away. Wait, what's the name of the crazy guy then? Yeah, what Junior said. Oh, his name was Soma, right? He just mentioned his name to being considered equal. Oh, you were there yesterday? Oh, shit. You had to experience Yakuza in real life. In Lost Judgment. Why are they still calling him Kowana? If his true identity is Yui Kitakata. Oh, I thought that said bears for a second, and I was like, excuse me? Bears? Cheeseburger? Yes. Right, so this guy worked together with the guy that's in prison right now. Does this guy possibly killed the kid, the bully? Oh, Central. Cheeseburger Central. Cheeseburger. I suppose. There ain't nothing else I can do. Yep, let's just go home. Oh, this is a dead end. Please don't see me. I'm not here. I don't want to fight you. Nice. Another log ass train. How long is this one? How long is this train ride? Another 4 hours? Ah, yeah, another 4 hours. High-grade plastic.
And stay down. A beef zone.
The beef zone. Give me some salted tongue. Beef tongue cut thicker than the average specimen. This meaty dish will stick to your ribs. Okinawa.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Salty tongue. Who doesn't love some good salty tongue every now and then? Home sweet home. There's a random file. No, the music stopped. yen. That time it gave me 100 yen. Emphasize-san and me to interview Ihara. Let's take a cab to Tokyo Detention Center. Check the store. Even though I'm pretty sure I got everything. Oh, need some more tuna onigiris. And some special yakisoba. White fish and sardine cat food. It's for dessert. Nachan orange. Yakisoba mochichi. Pine candy. In the game, I have 2.8 million yen. And if we ever need money, we can just go play the Paradise VR. Now, if I want to go gamble, now then, might be another story. Guess it's so cheap. It's only like a couple of 100 yens. I am another story? I sure am.
So, you're recommending an appeal? I have that right? Did some new evidence come to light?
Yui Mamiya told us some things, like how you faked your alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. You wanted the sexual battery conviction, right?
Well...
Your goal was to avenge your son and humiliate the law on a grand scale.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ihara-san, we have a much better grasp of the situation than you think.
And what exactly have you grasped?
Like Yagami-san just said, you're innocent, as far as the harassment goes. As your lawyer, I'll file for an appeal, and we'll make sure the world knows it.
Thanks, but no. I'm scum of the earth. A pervert. The prosecution and the judge made that very clear in the verdict.
On the day of the crime, October 7th, at around 6:30 a.m., you were in Ijincho, not Tokyo.
Baloney. I was relaxing at home.
Except that you weren't.
Oh?
You wanted to give the man who pushed your son to suicide the beating of a lifetime. And you'd miss out on that opportunity if you were at home, which is why you were in Ijincho instead. Isn't that right? You and Kawana's former student staked out Mikoshiba's house until he left. Then you dragged your prey into a car and brought him to an abandoned building in Ijincho, which would later become a murder scene. Every bone on Mikoshiba's fingers was broken. Remembering how he pushed Toshiro-kun to his death, it's no wonder you'd go that far. You tortured Mikoshiba without a shred of remorse. You inflicted no small amount of pain and terror. There's no way you weren't there, and I'd put my money on that.
And then...
You need the whole play-by-play, even though you already know it?
Oh, not at all. I'm just fascinated by this outrageous little story.
Here's a piece of evidence to show what he did next for beating up Mikoshiba. Light Yagami. Isn't that from Death Note? Hey, I wish I could transfer you some yen. I have way too much. I have way too much in this game. Yeah, that's from Death Note. Another Yagami. The anime has death in it. I mean, it's called Death Note, so I guess. Is that what that creature is called? Is it called Death? That creature that likes apples. The evidence shows what he had to make sure after beating him up. Yeah, I'm just wondering what that could be. Sure do wonder what that could be. Definitely not this. Like apples. Who doesn't like some good apples?
As for what you did next after beating Mikoshiba...
All on the internet.
It's quite a home video.
Without leaving anything on Mikoshiba's body that could be traced back to you, you slit his throat.
What command are you looking for?
Estimated time of death was around 7:30 a.m. on October 7th. You tossed the bloody coat and made your way to Ikebukuro Station, where Yui Mamiya was waiting.
Are you sure? I was at Ikebukuro by 7:30 a.m. Would have been impossible for me to kill Mikoshiba in Ijincho.
The person in the security camera footage in Ikebukuro was a double who imitated your likeness. The identity of whom belonged to Jin Kawana, the handyman in Ijincho. Or maybe you know him by a different name. Former high school teacher Yu Kitakata. So which name
Troll
did he
is
give you?
dying.
I don't know who you're talking about.
With Kawana in view of the security camera, you met up with
guys,
Yui
if you
Mamiya
roll
in
this tight
Ikebukuro
enough,
first.
you can
That's
break
where
a
you
brick
touched the
with this thing.
undergarments she had prepared. The police would later discover the trace evidence on your hands and pin the groping on you. Then you made your way to Shinjuku
Hi, I'm
Station.
Carl, and we're going to talk about how to
After
properly
that,
kick
Mamiya
open a
and
door.
Kawana acted
right?
out the
But you
groping
want
as
to
they
get your
arrived at
foot as
Shinjuku
close
Station.
to the center right there. Pick your side where
Kawana
you want
jumped
to put
out
your
of the
foot.
train and Mamiya chased after him.
Kick that puppy open. Piece of cake.
And then, in the smallest of blind spots in a station absolutely packed with cameras, you were waiting for Kawana, who looked just like you. With the two of you matching, you were able to swap places in that huge crowd without anyone noticing.
How did no one notice
Kawana
that?
handed you the transit card used to pass the ticket gate.
That's quite
Just
impressive.
one piece of hard evidence that places you in Ikebukuro at 7:43 a.m. And right after the swap, Mamiya started calling for help. After that, well, we've all seen how the news reported it. You were caught in a public place with plenty of witnesses.
An active duty police officer arrested for sexual battery. The public outcry was very clear. As a result, despite it being your first offense, you were actually tried and convicted. The consensus is that it was a fitting punishment for someone so heinous. Even as your lawyer, I felt the same.
Have some confidence in yourself, Shirosaki-sensei. The prosecution, the judge, and a lawyer like you all laid out the evidence in court and found me guilty. I'm in no position to doubt you. And I've long accepted the ruling that Toshiro was never bullied. There's nothing I can do but abide by the rule of law. Right? That's all I can do, right?
I know what you're trying to say. You carried out the justice that the courts wouldn't, right?
Everything my son went through was passed off like it never even happened. School, the teachers, and yes, the court. They all dismissed the reason he died.
That's when Kawana came in the picture, telling you Toshiro-kun had been bullied.
Is immeasurable.
But was it Kawana's words
my
that
day
suddenly
is-
made you want to kill Mikoshiba? Because all of his fingers were broken while he was still alive. Was that really all just your pent-up rage?
What do you have to say, Ihara-san?
There shouldn't have been any evidence of Mikoshiba's bullying. Who told Ihara the truth? I don't. Am I supposed to remember this? Monka shake. The son tell you he was bullied. Did Kawana tell you about the bullying? Did you just go with the bullying online? Did Sawa Sensei tell you what happened? I think it's this one. Maybe. Don't know what's going on, but smack the desk with the fish.
Did Kawana really tell you? You found enough motive to murder Mikoshiba on hearsay? No. That doesn't sound right at all.
Who told him the truth? That wasn't to tell you what happened? Has to be one of those two.
Sawa Sensei, the one who told you the truth? She was the only person Toshiro-kun confided in. You had to have heard it from her, right?
Nearly hit the nail on the head, as they say.
Nearly?
After my trial, she confessed she knew about the bullying. But only to her old teacher over the phone. She had no idea she was being recorded.
What?
Kawana-san let me listen to that recording where I learned Sawa Sensei had been muzzled by both the homeroom teacher and the lawyer. That was the proof of Toshiro's bullying I'd wanted all throughout the trial. After hearing Sawa Sensei's words, I finally understood.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
They pushed my boy over the edge.
Was there no other evidence of the bullying? Like a diary of Toshiro-kun's or something of the sort?
Nothing. Toshiro never talked to me or my wife about the bullying. And that was probably all my fault. He was bullied in middle school, too. Kids would throw his pencil case around or hide his books. When I heard about it, I chewed him out. They walk all over you because you're weak. Grow spine, I told him.
I take it that was the wrong approach.
Yeah. I can't imagine how much courage it took for him to come forward about his suffering. I'm sure he felt ashamed about it. And I should have listened when he pleaded for help. I should have told him I was proud of his bravery. But instead, I pushed him away. And in the end, Toshiro tried to make sure he never showed weakness to us again, no matter how much pain he was in. He went to a private school out in Yokohama because he hated living with me. But in the end, he still suffered.
And that's why you didn't hesitate to unleash hell on Mikoshiba.
If you say so.
I won't admit to murdering Mikoshiba. Must be killing him now.
So the first time Kawana showed up was when he let you listen to the phone call with Sawa Sensei, right?
Yes. He approached me and asked me if I still wanted justice for my son. I was in uniform when he came to me too. Very bold. But it paid off. I owe him a debt of gratitude. He reassured me he had already taken care of multiple individuals like Goshiba, and that he'd urged other families to avenge the children they lost to bullying. He'd tell them that simply being branded a bully wasn't enough. He promised to deliver real justice.
If justice can be served at one's own discretion, laws would cease to serve their function. If the law isn't fair to everyone, no one will obey it. The law is only able to help the powerless because it can't be swayed by money, force, or anything else.
Then tell me, what's the solution when the law fails to punish someone who laughs in its face? To overlook those the law won't judge is to abandon those the law couldn't protect.
To render justice with confidence, you require sufficient evidence.
Some of the victims' families refused Kawana's offer of revenge, telling him it would be unforgivable. But even after rejecting his offer, not a one reported Kawana-san to the police. Do you understand what that implies? Whether you follow through with revenge or not, Kawana-san presents a solution that resonates with people. Being that the law is unfair and imperfect. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not. But we're fighting to make it as fair as we can. Laws have to change until they are perfect.
They don't change fast enough. Toshiro's death was murder by another name. Yet Hiromi Kushiba walked free. He even got to enroll in a teaching program as a student teacher. Someone like him? It's insane! I'd die of old age before the law was ever written to be fair enough. For Toshiro's sake, I can't turn a blind eye to a world where the Mikoshibas can live without consequence. Tell me, what alternative was there to getting blood on my hands?
Jesus,
I didn't have any
man.
other choice.
You really love slamming that desk, huh?
Yagami-san, did he just...
This is the first time you've admitted to killing Mikoshiba.
You really did your research, unlike those useless cops. Kawana-san's plan was impressive, almost airtight. I didn't expect it to be unraveled so quickly.
So quickly,
I just
yeah,
got lucky.
about that one.
There was some dirt on Yui Mamiya that Kawana could have used against her. If we hadn't found it, there's no way we would have gotten her to talk.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, but I'm under no obligation to tell you.
Ahara-san, you'll be sent to prison as a sex offender as it stands.
Of course, just as I planned. The charges will be confirmed, and I'll be convicted. As for the police and the prosecution,
Yeah, no, that was a long time.
Admit they made a mistake.
An entire year ago.
I could scream, "I killed Mikoshiba" at the top of my lungs. It wouldn't matter.
Are you saying you intend to admit to the murder after you're released?
Everyone's seen the video of me killing Mikoshiba by now. It's obviously authentic, but the prosecution and the police are saying it's fake. They need it to be fake. Even if I do confess, they'll sweep it under the rug.
They wouldn't.
No, that's not beneath them. But I take it how they react doesn't really matter to you. All you want is to humiliate the law, don't you? The same system that determined Toshiro-kun's incident didn't happen.
It seems you're starting to understand, Yagami-san.
He has achieved most of what he wanted to do, but I can't overlook what he's already done.
If the prosecution wanted to charge me for Mikoshiba's murder, then they'd have to retract the battery verdict. And that would mean admitting to a massive blunder by the court at the hands of a criminal. It would be chaos. Despite knowing who murdered Mikoshiba, no one would know what to make of the case. Wouldn't that just be wonderful?
I hear you. And I even get why you'd feel pretty proud of accomplishing that.
Do you?
But in this case, the guys pretty much grabbed the tiger by the tail.
What tiger's tail?
Someone's issuing orders to the thugs in Kamurocho from behind the scenes. He's the tiger in this case. And they've been closing in on your partner, Kawana. And Sawa-sensei got in their path. I'm sure you get the newspaper in here, right? You know, don't you? Sawa-sensei was killed after the thugs broke into her home. All because she got involved with Kawana.
Where she was killed. But This is the first I'm hearing of the reason why. And by thugs, you mean RK?
Yeah, but we don't know why they're going after Koana. Any ideas?
No way I'd know.
You think it could be because she got mixed up in your deadly little game?
Excuse me?
That's what getting away with murder really looks like. The more you perpetuate the lie, the greater the rift you create. And then, the unthinkable happens. Koana killed others besides Mikoshiba. You said so yourself. That's what brought the angry tiger into play. And if Sawa-sensei ended up paying for that instead, then how can you begin to believe your vengeance is fair?
Because she gave false testimony. She lied in court to say Toshiro was never bullied.
She couldn't name Mikoshiba, who was a minor at the time, without evidence. What's more, she was haunted by her testimony, always second-guessing if she did the right thing. But now she's been killed. Somehow that's acceptable to you? I'm gonna clear up what happened to Sawa-sensei, just like you did for Toshiro-kun.
How?
By going public with everything you and Koana did. The first step is to appeal the sexual battery and undo this whole lie.
You never groped Yui Mamiya. That's one crime you're innocent of, Ehara-san. The court's verdict was incorrect. So please give us the chance to appeal. We can prove your innocence.
What on earth would I get out of that?
You get to humiliate the court again. Besides, what are you gonna do for the next half a year in a cell?
Fine. Do what you want. But just know this.
Yes?
I have no intention of admitting to killing Mikoshiba in court. Is your appeal still worth a damn?
We won't know till we try. Let's go, Sari-san. We have client approval to proceed with the appeal. We better act fast.
Yes, agreed.
Yagami-san. Sawa-sensei's death isn't on me. Even if I have grabbed the tiger by the tail, that doesn't mean I killed her.
By that logic, you may as well admit that Mikoshiba didn't kill Toshiro-kun. You can't have it both ways. Listen to me. Everything about you, about Koana, about why Sawa-sensei had to die, we're gonna expose all of it. That's the only thing left we can do for her.
I'm going to fill Genda-sensei in on what happened. Why don't you head over to the office?
Sure thing.
Why don't we head over to the office? We're right here. Rip Def. Yeah, his Twitch is bucking out after he said that funny comment. It can't be swayed by money. What a joke. So funny that it got pinned.
So then, Ihara admitted to killing Mikoshiba, did he?
Off the record, yeah. He also admitted Koana...
Yeah, where the hell
approached him
is
for
Kaito at
revenge.
this point in the story?
Sounds like you were productive.
It's enough for us to move forward with the appeal, I'd say. How does that sound, Genda-sensei?
Genda-sensei?
The sexual battery and Mikoshiba's murder are the very same case. To clear Ihara of harassment, you'll need to prove he murdered Mikoshiba. But you don't have evidence he did, do you?
Ehara-san was captured on video committing the murder.
And the prosecution claims it's a fake, of unknown origins. The police are saying the same.
They're only saying that to cover their asses.
In reality, the sexual battery evidence against Ehara-san is what was really fake. At the very least, we can claim Yui Mamiya and the others aided in fabricating that, alibi or not.
You really think the courts will grant you an appeal for just that?
Are you saying that's not possible?
I wouldn't go that far. But Ihara won't admit to murdering Mikoshiba in court. Kinda significant, don't you think? So what chance do you have even if you do appeal? Without any decisive new evidence, you'll just end up splitting hairs over the original verdict. And what good'll it do other than damage your own reputation, Saru-kun?
And this is he's worried about Sarika-san's career. I'm sure that's the case. Although,
To be honest with you, I feel like I've been deeply underestimated.
What?
Saori-san, are you actually
Monka.
mad?
Yes. As a matter of fact,
He's fucking
I am.
fuming.
You have every right to be.
Listen, Sensei. Ehara and Kuwana devised this plan knowing full well they could manipulate the justice system. Have we not fallen right into their trap? If we take pity on the prosecution now, we play right into their hand.
True.
So how can we worry about reputation when our duty as lawyers is to face the law?
I understand where you're coming from, and you're right to think it, but...
And another thing. While acting as Ehara's defense in the first trial, I never truly believed the claim. I didn't trust the person I was defending, and I felt sick to my stomach even being in the courtroom.
Saori-san.
Ehara likely saw right through that. He probably took great delight in our myopic dedication to the law. And I won't stand for that. I'm gonna show him exactly what I can do.
What about you, Yagami? I want to hear your thoughts.
Just saying it, but he disagrees with Sarika-san. I should have moved this forward. Haven't even gotten on the train yet. What? Dude, just been waiting this whole time for it? We should listen to Sarika-san.
We should listen to Saori-san. I understand why Ehara and Kuwana did what they did.
Kill them all.
I can't
What? But then we become the criminal.
I see.
That's not how this is supposed to go.
So you feel it too, huh?
Yes. Although my motivation may not be as righteous as Saori-san's.
Wait, we're supposed to be the lawyer.
What do you mean?
Mikoshiba's murder, the fake groping alibi, the one behind it all was Kuwana, and he's in hiding. We need to shine enough light on him that the public can see what he is. And the perfect place to do it is during Ehara's appeal hearing.
So it's not Ehara you're after, but Kuwana.
If we pursue Ehara's case,
Big
Kuwana's
people.
actions will
I'm a
naturally
retired
come to light.
lawyer.
And if we draw
I'm a
Kuwana,
detective.
then RK and the ones backing them will make their move. Soma from
She's the
RK
lawyer.
said Sawa-sensei knew too much. Which means
Her
whoever's
on the
behind them
couch.
has a secret that needs to stay buried, even if it means murder. And I need to figure that secret out. I owe Sawa-sensei that closure. The only thing we can do for her now is make sure the ones pulling the strings pay for it.
Why am I a lawyer?
Well said. I guess going back
Because I used to work
really
here,
an option.
and I'm helping them with the
Kenda
case.
Sensei.
Looks like I got complacent from all the
They're my
peace and
friends.
quiet. Leave it to me to underestimate the younger generation.
I apologize. I shouldn't have been so impertinent.
That should be my line, Saori-kun. I suppose I have to make up
Right,
my mind.
friends.
after all,
Wait, what?
Don't I? Get out there and do what needs to be done. And heaven help anyone in your way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You heard him.
Yep. Oh my god, I thought that was my phone. Zimmerkud's calling. Hope everything's okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yagamishi, are you still in Kamurocho?
Yeah, why? What's up?
I'm afraid RK seems to be amassing in Ijincho. It's very bizarre.
Are they now?
Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that the officers like Soma and Akutsu are still in town.
You think so? If I was Soma, I'd have left Ijincho by now. He's a person of interest in Sawa-sensei's murder, too.
I see. That does make sense.
Things are settling into place here, though. I'm heading back to Ijincho with Sugiura. We got a lot to go over with you when I get back.
Wonder what it could be. Okay, see you soon then.
I have his mental too much AI Salmon files.
I'm going to start filing the appeal. Yagami-san, the work you've done is what made that possible. You've been invaluable.
Saori-san's going above and beyond while I'm just sitting around. I need to step it up too.
Yes, you do.
Huh?
Oh?
Shintani may be gone, but Saori-kun's really filled in the gap. And Hoshino-kun, well, he'll figure it out someday.
Gotta explore Japan while you're there. Then you'll be able to play all the AI Solomon files. Get back home. Oh no. Twitch is gonna start twitching for you. High def if you like out. Well, I guess we'll go back to Yokohama. Ain't nothing else here. Jincho. Zoom all to Japan you can. Damn right. And hit all the vending machines you see. And all the claw machines.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, it's not even showing Quest right now because it's not a big mission. You would be in chat right now. Oh my god, I believe it, yeah. You would just, yeah, try to see as much of Japan as possible. Oh, you played a few capsule machines? Nice. Got anything good? Got anything fancy out of them? Same here. If I was in Japan, I would just be constantly down at the arcade. Constantly hitting the fucking vending machines. I would spend all my money in a day on vending machines.
And stay down.
This is so peaceful. You got a Kirby and a Peach. Nice. Perfect for the shelf. Why can't I win my money back from just playing VR? What is this nonsense? Last Judgment lied to me. I would go broke. Go pawn Japan. Too many vending machines. I'm ice skating on the asphalt. That's on my broken controller.
Well, now that's something. Looks like we're finally starting to see the whole picture.
Kuwana-san, or rather Kitakata-sensei, huh? And his students helped Ihara murder Mikoshiba. But there's still some things that doesn't explain.
Like what?
Like, why does RK keep going after Kuwana-san? You think that's weird too, right, Yagami-san?
Yeah. That's the piece of the puzzle that'll lead us to why Sawa-sensei got killed.
Why is RK after Kuwana? How much do they know about him?
Before they came to Ijincho, RK was originally looking for Shinya Kawai.
Quite rude.
But when they found out he might have been killed, they suddenly shifted gears to Kuwana. So what are they trying to accomplish?
We can guess all we want, but that's not gonna get us anywhere. Shouldn't we ask someone in RK directly? They're strengthening their numbers in Ijincho as we speak.
The goons at the bottom rung aren't gonna be in the know on that, though. Though if Akatsu or Soma were around, then we might get somewhere.
That's true.
Sitting around here won't get us any further. I'm gonna head into the city for a bit. I'm quick on my feet. That's about all I have going for me right now.
How modest of you.
Yeah, don't say that, Yagami-shi. Otherwise, what ground do we have to stand on?
Head outside for now. So wait, that is a bit random and funny. They just run into you without any fault. Huh? What? That's a bit weird. No, they just bump into you constantly. Wait, that's kind of... That sounds funny, but I bet it's pretty annoying. So odd, though. It's just like, oh, sorry. Oh, shit, man. I didn't see you there. Oh, sorry again, man. Oh, damn. Oh, my God. Like, what? Oh, how's that even happening? Oh, they got the window repaired. Amasawa! How's the investigation coming along, Yagami-san? You're ever stuck. Try using the school diary to read the situation. A nemesis, the professor must be stopped. He sneaks his way into the hearts of innocent high schoolers, turning them into delinquents one by one. Remember, it's really artful to consult incidents before they even occur. Yes, I remember. Only thing I can do is really the girls' bar. Just run into them back. Yeah, just fucking slam into them. Knock them out cold on the floor. Slam into them, shoulder first and everything. And be like, oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Oh, whoops, my bad. Look around. Shit, man, I didn't see you there. Just knocked out cold on the floor. Nice. Oh, let's hit the girls' bite. I think. Accidentally step on them. You smash them with bicycles. Yeah, you know. Teach them a lesson. So they don't bump into you ever again. They're really fast and rush everywhere. It sounds like they're sprinting, but I guess they're just, yeah, really power walking everywhere. Yeah, they overworked themselves a lot, I hear.
Hello?
Hello?
It's Shirosaki. Do you have a minute, Yagami-san?
Yeah, what's up?
I was thinking back on our interview with Ihara-san, and something he said isn't sitting right with me. So I wanted to ask your opinion.
Which part felt off?
The part about Kuwana approaching other bullying victims besides Ihara-san to offer revenge. Ihara-san also mentioned that most of them rejected his offer, but never went to the police either.
Yeah, and?
Well, wasn't the first bully Kuwana killed his own student? Shinya Kawai, I mean. Tormented by his bullies, Mitsuru Kusumoto's leap left him in a coma to this day. That event was the catalyst for Kuwana's actions, so wouldn't he have approached his parents about revenge too?
That's true.
Mitsuru Kusumoto's parents? You're talking about his mother, Reiko Kusumoto, right?
Hiro Kutsumoto's mother, Reiko Kutsumoto. She used to be just another student at the Ministry of Health. But now she's Vice Minister.
Yes, who is currently Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. If she accepted or is even an accessory to a revenge plot against Kawai, then there's no way she'd ever want that secret to get out. With her level of influence and power, wouldn't it be possible that she ordered RK to silence Kuwana? Which would explain how RK's actions are being controlled, wouldn't it?
And you think it's Reiko Kusumoto?
You don't
I'm
think
being
Vice
pushed
Ministers
around
control criminal
by
organizations from the shadows? You know very well the answer to that.
Yeah. Tsukumo's actually looked into her before. I'll talk to him about it right now. Yeah, this is genius, Sari-san. This could lead us right to who's controlling RK.
Quite a compliment coming from you.
I don't
I feel better already.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Don't sweat it.
Hope
I'll
that
call
doesn't
you if I
happen.
find anything out.
Time to get back to Tsukumo. Might be worth looking into Reiko Kutsumo more closely. Now, first I'm going to the girls' bar. Wait, they even go to school on Sundays over there? Now that's really fun. Even working on Sundays too. I could not in a million years. Get up. Get up so I can throw you on the floor again. Bonk.
Waste.
Oh yeah, feel free to send some more photos, Jeff. On the Discord. Has he been there? I think almost a week. Emily-chan's just sitting around. An unusual sight. Okay, time to talk to her. Hey, Emily.
Emily-chan.
You came back. Oh, so you remember me?
Nakata!
Gosh, you're Nakata, right? It's bad, man. He doesn't know who we are. He mistook us for someone else. That's fucked up. This the main story? No, this is a school side story. The girls' bar side story.
Nah.
No, I'm not even close. Jagami. Right, you have one of those hard to remember names. I don't think it's that hard. Hey, can I call you Nakata? Why Nakata? That's my dog's name. Can you totally remind me of a Nakata? Nakata? Naming me after your dog. Stop getting horny on game, girls, and play the main story. Hey, I'm trying to do all the school stories, okay? This is for this investigation, the school investigation. This is important to me, because I love side streams. I think so. I think so, Junior. And I think one of the reasons for that is because, well, one, it's not DVD. I think that's definitely a reason. And also because it's Lost Judgment. Masterpiece of a game. Your dog? Gotta say, Nakata's a pretty unique name.
Nakata! Shit!
I'm not a dog. You're pretty funny, Nakata. Is she drunk? What's happening? This is weird. Think so? Yep, okay, break's over. Later, Nakata. What a weird interaction. Congratulations, Yagami-san. You made another step forward.
Huh?
How's that a step forward? Emily-chan gave you a nickname. That's huge.
Huh.
Oh, really? Absolutely. But you still got work to do before crossing that bridge. Stay vigilant or she'll drop you like a hat. You can win over Emily-chan by talking to her as often as you can. You know, invest a little time and money. I want you ready to take up the challenge and fall to the wayside.
Oh.
Interesting. And I'll be sure to take my time and enjoy this whole girls' bar thing. Uh-huh. I see. One of those born playboys, aren't you? I wonder. Maybe you're the one who can save Emily-chan.
Huh?
Wait, save her from what? Well, the goddess of the nightclub cast her smile upon you. Night City. Yes, the cast her smile upon you. With that, I take my leave. Pretty heavy. Hey, we need 5 appeal for something. Oh, it was for the dance club, I think, right? Do we need a 5 appeal? I can't check that though. Can you like buy stuff from this guy or something?
Did you have a question?
You can just ask for
I'm here if you need me.
But chat, that's fine. Hey. Then you can at least chat That's nice. Oh, I guess we're going for Ayaya. Ayahaha. Ayaha? Ayaya? Jesus Christ. Welcome, sir. It's your first time. What do I call you?
It's me.
It's me. Call me Yagami. Nice to meet you, Yagami-san. You can call me Ayaha. That's his name. It's me. Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Pleasure's so mine, Ayaha-chan. Alright, let's celebrate this beautiful new friendship.
Huh?
What? What? You live on the rock or something? Means cheers, you geezer. Now where's your glass? Clink, clink. Yay! Clink, clink. Why are they saying it?
Yagami-san!
He's so energetic. So you go for drinks often, Yagami-san? Local place I like to pop into, but in Yokohama, not so much. Oh, lame. Such a waste. Her laugh was annoying. Oh, you didn't like it. You're a big drinker, Yaha-chan. Because drinking with friends is like what I'm all about. I've been known to get a little rowdy at clubs too, and I drink at home all the time. What, are you an alcoholic? What the hell's happening? This is the only interaction with girls Leo's ever had. Too real. Aware. Oh yeah, and there's nothing like drinking on the road in Kitahama while staring out at the ocean. Not to mention, I'm always down to flirt, you know?
I see.
If you love drinking that much, this might actually be the perfect job for you. Oh my god. Totally, as a matter of fact, I'm in charge of the cocktails of this place. Me and the girls think them all up together.
Oh.
Oh, see behind all that. Hiya, John. It's a blast. I get to make up drinks with my favorite pals. Then we just party. We all get super excited when anyone comes up with a really cute cocktail. It's so awesome. Like, is this for real? I get to have the best of work friends, and we all laugh and cry and make amazing memories together. That'd be crazy to pass that up. We're even planning a trip together next spring. That sounds like you have a youthful spirit. You gotta live your best life. Anyway, let's start getting back into gear. Clink, clink. What is this? What the fuck is this? What am I doing right now? Modestly KP. Viping KB. Super grooving KP. Wait, what the hell is this? Huh? I don't know what I'm doing. Super grooving KP, sure. Clink, clink. Woo. Ah, you're pretty cool to be around. I'm digging the vibes you bring. Drinks on me tonight, yay. Oh, seriously. Oh, alright. That's it. From now on, we're buddies, Yagami-san. Separate in flesh, united in spirit. Now let's get fucked up. Cheers. What? That was out of nowhere. Now let's get fucked up, yeah! Cheers. Oh, damn it, I tried too much. Oh, here we go again with the minigame. The hose clubs. The hose clubs will never get to Yakuza 0. Free drinks, but I can't drink.
Yagami-san?
What are you having?
何する?
Give me a prime
What have we
flower.
got here?
I'm just doing the site mission. That's all.
Cheers.
Leo, come on now. Leo, come on now.
I'm starting to feel
You're
it.
live. Come on now. You can do this offline. Get this party started.
So, about the other day.
Friday the day. I played some dart. Wait, there's none in 0? Oh, I thought that what it was all about in 0. What is that minigame I've seen everyone play at N0? By the way, I started weight training recently. Only problem is my muscles get sore really quick. You work out, Yagami-san? No, you mentioned exercise on a regular basis. I knew it. You should teach me sometime. I really want to build up my stamina. Oh yeah, there was this lost kid in front of the bar the other day. This place isn't exactly the safest part of town, you know? So I couldn't just leave the kids. They went off to look for the mom. And we ended up finding her. I was so relieved to see them back together. That was kind. To help a loser? Excuse me? That middle option, the last one, was to help a loser. That's what it said. Think so? Hey, well, I'm not embarrassed. Oh, also, the mom happened to be a classmate of mine. Surprise reunion. What? Holy cow, I had a great time. Let's chat again. Oh, maybe that's the minigame I've seen people play, Junior. With some annoying girl. She's very energetic. Nice. I got her into it. I could keep going. Should we do it again? Another one.
Ayahachan.
Give me a hero punch this time.
What should I get? My treat. Cheers.
Sorry, chat. Oh,
Now we're
what
talking.
you are. What a true gentleman. Get this party started.
What's amazing is...
What's amazing is the entire chat room loves DBD. You got tipsy. Yeah, really threw him back today. I may have mentioned this, but the cocktails we served here at a girls' bite original. You only find them here. I grabbed the helm and made them on my own. Ahem, pretty amazing it, huh, Di? You're amazing at it, John. It takes real skill. Grab delicious drinks. The fuck, stop flirting with anime. I'm just talking. I'm just talking with Ayaha. How you hear me, son?
What the fuck, Leo?
Was it so tasty you couldn't stop, and now you're hammered, huh? I'm just doing the mini game. Hammer-san, you always hear about yourself. What kind of people do you usually hang out with? Friends? Co-workers? I thought that said cows. I go out drinking with my workmates from time to time. What do you mean this isn't talking? Co-workers, you say I'm dying to know about him, Yagami-san. Oh, you should bring him here sometime. I'll make it worth the while. It's gotten so cold lately, hasn't it? I'd go for some hot pot. What? Extra spicy too, like kimchi hot pot. Hey, what kind of hot pot do you like, Yagami-san? I prefer hot porn! What? I didn't know what to pick on the last one. I'm going back to chat only. I understand what everyone's complaining about now. You're getting off my screen. Too drunk to have a conversation. Well, then let's play some dot. Hot corn on the cob with some butter. Thank you, take me on. The one and only Ayahaha. You're going down. I'm playing dot with her now.
I'm not gonna hold back.
Me being drunk is not affecting this, I don't think.
Yep.
Controller, please.
Nice.
Throw a dot into your ear canals. Alright, line up then.
Yep.
You want a dot in your eye too? Go line up on the dot pool. You got it. Is she any better than Haruka? Ooh, a bullseye. Oh my gosh, yeah. She's fucking good.
Wow.
Damn, she's good. She did the same thing as me. Holy fuck. Okay, she actually means business. Oh fuck. Well, I lost.
Nice.
She's gonna win.
Yep.
There is no way she fucks this up. She's gonna win. You better, Leo. Oh my god, she missed. Okay. There is still hope. She didn't cheat this time. Here we go. 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 Triple 16. Easy money back.
Nice.
Who's the bozo now?
Can you hear me? It's Daddy.
Leo is the worst at darts. I'm better than him.
What do you mean? I literally just won. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm gonna lose next time. I like being a bozo. Bozo is a funny word.
Aya-chan.
I'm in Indigo Campers.
What have we got here? My treat.
Stop first.
Cheers.
You're the one that picked this game. You shouldn't be complaining.
Now we're talking.
Bozo to bozo, you bozo, you bozo. Jesus Christ, you fuck this. This is great. I like this. I've gone through the COD chemistry. Hey, do you like them theme parks, Agumi-san? Y'all better went together the other day. Come blast. I think you're lucky to work at a place where everyone's a hot girl. Well, it got a little wild when Mio started chasing one of the mascots and ran off somewhere. The other day, Haruka and I went for drinks after work, and that girl can seriously hold her liquor. Never thought anyone could drink me under the table. Anyway, what about you, Yagami-san? You a man that can handle his hooch? You definitely get that too. I'm pretty sure I can handle my liquor. Seriously, fine. Let's find out who's stronger then. Whoever wins gets the final showdown with Haruka. Grand champ. I'm not gonna lose. I'm not rich. Excuse me? Just cause a PS5 controller here is like $90. It doesn't mean I'm rich. I only have one too. Oh my god. Holy cow, I had a great time. Let's chat again. Nice. I got her into it.
You should get some fresh air, big guy.
Your face is red, and you're right. A gentleman must know his limits.
Yeah, the thing I reached my limit. But back to the girl with her dad.
I'll stop by again.
We already got her maxed out. It's fine. We're being asked to leave because we've had too much alcohol. So see, you're safe now, okay? Now we can do another main quest. I think. Okay, she's better than that first. Yeah, main quest. Ooh, I wouldn't mind a pineapple pizza right now. That's pretty good, actually.
Wise yourself.
Bonk.
What a waste.
Paper plate. Seems off brand. We didn't get kicked out, we just got asked to leave. Not the same. That shit fucking hurt. Yeah, maybe just a tad bit. Holy shit, what the fuck was that move? That guy'll never be the same.
And stay down.
Kicked out but nice. No, it's not. I wouldn't say so, at least. Get me inside, get me inside, get me inside.
You evil beating people up, you up.
Beating people up, you.
Yagami-san, back already?
Back already.
I figured you'd be out in the town until evening.
I mean, I would have stayed, but
I need you to look into
a certain
Reiko
chat
Kusumoto
room
again.
wanted me to leave.
She might be the one behind RK.
And I got asked to leave.
Yeah. Can you pull up the picture of her you showed me last time?
Another 100 yen. Skip the reward type. Yeah, unlike
Take a look at
Justin.
this, Yagamishi. Reiko
Goggle.
Kusumoto became vice minister just recently. It hasn't even been a full year yet.
And
Looks like she's
Habu.
still got a good rep.
Yeah, there's almost no criticism of her out there.
The Ministry Revolution, bucking the bureaucracy. Golden parachutes don't fly with Kusumoto. Go her. Vice Minister is pretty high up there, yeah?
Big time. If she really did take Kawana up on his offer, silencing him would be the quickest way to save her skin. And in that case, she'd need some kind of connection to RK.
Some kind of connection? A bit vague, no?
Fair enough, but RK already took an innocent life while hunting Kawana down.
Right. And after killing Sawa-sensei, they tried to kill me, too. Still, no matter how dangerous the gang, murder is a risky proposition. Then again, if someone's pulling the strings, they have a lot less to worry about. Especially if that someone has vice minister status.
Well, the internet's not gonna give us much else. How about we do our usual thing? Go straight to the source.
Maybe we should.
Would it really be that easy to get a meeting with someone like her?
Mitsuru Kusumoto's still in a coma, right?
Yes?
If he's in a hospital, we can catch her by surprise there.
I get you. That might work.
Huh. What's this now?
What's what now?
Breaking news from the net. It says manhunt for Sawa-sensei's murderer.
And?
It's hitting the network news, too. The person they're after is...
Wanted for the murder of private school teacher
Is it
Yoko
me?
Sawa in her own apartment. Kanagawa PD
Oh no, it's
is
him.
conducting a search for the suspect, self-proclaimed handyman Yu Kitakata.
Why are they looking for Kawana?
Shouldn't they be after Soma?
Sawa-san's former teacher before and after the incident. It's also surfaced that he's been using a false identity for over a decade. The police are hopeful that their search will turn up some sort of connection to Sawa-san.
Well, the police going after Koana and not Soba. What the hell? I enjoy your walking death.
If Kawana-san was caught on camera, then surely some RK thugs were as well?
Yeah, I think so. On that note, I should have been in the footage too. The police only seem to want Kawana, but why? Guess we'll have to ask them ourselves.
Ask who?
Detective Watanabe from Kanagawa PD. He was the guy in charge of Mikoshiba's murder.
Been a while, hotshot.
Yeah, I guess it has. Hey, I'm curious. Do you have any evidence that Kawana killed Sawa-sensei?
I take it you saw the news. Kawana was caught on camera near the crime scene, plus he knew the victim. And if that's not enough, he was using a fake name. How's that for evidence?
But I saw Soma holding an ice pick up to Sawa-sensei. Plus, there were RK footprints all over the scene. So why is Kawana the only suspect?
Because the big boys with big balls at HQ said so. Barking at me won't get you anywhere.
So this is all just pressure from upstairs? What is going on here?
Why are you so bent out of shape? Kawana's a legitimate suspect, and all we're doing is following procedure. So stick your private investigator schnoz somewhere else.
You know, you sound pretty bent out of shape yourself. Where are you right now?
Uh-huh.
I was thinking maybe we could meet up. How's a free pass to bitch about your work sound? Abe-san?
On the phone, in person, there's nothing I can tell you.
He hung up.
Yagamishi, I managed to focus in on the background noise from your phone call. Despite all the interference, I have a good idea of Nabe-san's location.
What the hell? You tracked his location
Seriously?
from that?
He's on the main drag in Chinatown. If you go now, I'm sure you'll find him.
But is he even gonna listen to you?
It won't matter if I miss him because we sat here wondering.
Yagami Detective Agency. Quick on its feet indeed.
Can't compete with that.
Nabe-san should be on the main street in Chinatown. Need to catch him to find out what's going on. Oh, so that's a nice death. Got secured a nice spot to sit. How's the new? And we're drunk on the job. Still tipsy after the girls' bar. Why had you drunk? Ugh. Unamused. Ugh. Wait, what the fuck? There's a third guy.
What a waste.
Oh, I have every single one of the snake ones. Makes sense. That's also the one I like using the most. Oh, I could have bought this. I could have bought this and then we could have stayed at the girl's bar for even longer. You know what? I'm gonna get that. We're gonna become a borderline alcoholic. Oh, yeah. Oh. Too late. I already got the skill. What borderline alcoholic now?
Oh, shut up!
I'm sorry. Why are you saying no to? I thought you wanted me to stay at the girls' bar.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
What the hell is this?
A taxi.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Fuck!
That's how I sounded.
My disappointment
It's said as casual as possible.
immeasurable.
Yagami,
And my
why are
dad is
you
moving.
here? Oh, hey, Nabe-san. And you were...
It's Sakurai.
Oh, right.
I take it you didn't just happen to be in the neighborhood.
Let's just say some friends of mine have a real keen sense of smell.
Cool photo shoot.
Something stinks about the cops here.
I can make a channel.
Excuse me, pal.
On Disco 4.
Case. Why aren't you going after RK? Or are you and you're just keeping me in the dark?
This isn't the place to talk about that. What the? Hey!
What the?
I get the feeling something's keeping you guys
He's
from
looking
doing
at
your
a
jobs.
neck.
And I don't have to listen to you.
You want to say that again?
Sakurai, I gotta hit the can. Head back to the station.
Huh?
Need to
Hello,
take a piss, Yagami?
refrigerators.
Hello.
Looking hydrated.
Yeah, good call.
Let's.
Damn. What's he up to?
But I can make a channel for you, Def, if you want. A photo channel where you can post the pictures. She ran into the detective.
Very romantic.
Well, we're about to have a shitty conversation. Might as well do it with a pleasant view.
Do the cops really believe Kawana is responsible for Sawa-sensei's death?
We wouldn't be looking for him if we weren't serious. We even have a warrant.
To arrest Kawana?
His real name's Yu Kitakata. He's been using a fake. And he services right at the murder scene of his former student. In my eyes, he was suspicious enough.
What about Soma from RK? He should have been spotted on the nearby cameras too, like when he entered her apartment.
He wasn't.
How is that possible?
Let me rephrase. There's no footage that had RK anywhere near it.
What's that supposed to mean?
From the moment Mikoshiba's murder went down, the higher-ups have been busy playing politics. I had a handle on things when they were just competing with Tokyo PD over who got to grill Ihara. But after that murder footage came out, it really stirred shit up. Sawa-sensei's case has me scratching my head too. Someone at the top is trying to keep details under wraps. And they think it'll work even in this day and age.
You're saying the whole force is in on a cover-up?
It started with the footage surrounding Sawa's apartment. Someone on the inside erased it. Any footage that had the RK guys tagged in it is totally wiped.
Erase the footage? Are you serious?
Yeah. You heard me. Kawana leaving her place is all that's left. Even the parts where you show up are long gone. Before and after, the only person that the cameras pin the crime on is Kawana himself.
Who would go so far to erase the footage? Who would do something like that?
It's time to let it go, Yagami. Mikoshiba's case and Sawa-sensei's case, they're closing the book. And to tie up the loose ends, and this is the shitty part, Kuwana has to die in an accident.
What?
As soon as they track him down, they'll put him into custody and then blame it on negligence. They'll say he resisted arrest and died in the struggle, I guess. Someone clearly wants Kuwana gone, and they have the power to do it.
Come on. Who could have that power?
Kuwana is clearly a target of someone higher up. Even if he sees it coming, he won't be able to stop it. As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed. You wouldn't understand until you've been on the force. When the team you're playing for is rotten to the core, all you can do is look the other way. As for me, I'll stick to the cut and dry cases for a while. That's what'll keep me an honest cop.
That's bullshit! You'll shut the lid on the trash, ignore the smell of the rot coming from inside, and go on pretending it's justice? And then you call that being an honest cop?
Asshole. Did you forget that you were talking to a detective?
You never did answer the question, Nami-san. Who had the authority to erase the security cameras? Who wants Kuwana dead so bad that they do it inside?
Even if I told you, what the fuck could you do about it, detective? Smartass! Leave it alone, Yagami. It's for your own good.
Is that your call? Well, I think I'll be the judge of that.
You little piece of shit! I've had enough!
Oh shit, actual boss fight. And I'm still drunk.
Let's go.
Get judged. That is a large judgment. Did he get a knife? Since when is that QTEs? What the fuck?
Oh god, no.
Oh god, let me pause. I need to down a few sandwiches. Since when did he get a knife? I thought he had a platoon. Jam up to the sick jams. Hold on, I need to down more sandwiches. That gave him a nice smile. Why would you do that? Stop! Stop! Oh, you see he's holding. It is pretty cool. Imagine it. The sick jams in the background. That's what it looks like. Ah, shit. Eat more sandwiches midair.
Why'd you have to put in?
It looks great, 160p. Count all the pixels. Fighting a cop? He's a detective. He's not a cop. The leg sweep. But I'm a detective too. He gave me 6K again for beating him up.
They broke the lock and forced their way into Sawa-sensei's place. That's when Soma came in.
I am, yeah.
I'm sure she was terrified. They were pointing an ice pick at her. When I found her, her eyes were still open.
Pepper
I
hands.
could see the tears. Yet the police are going after Kuwana instead of Soma. And the cops that were there know he isn't a suspect, but say their hands are tied. So it'll be my voice you hear instead of hers. And when they come to silence me, I'll know who the puppet masters are.
I hear you.
You stopped
You're
walking
probably
just to
right.
say that.
And if you have any idea who might be pulling the strings, I
Let
need
Chuck-
you to tell me before it's too late. Is there anyone on the force who would want Kuwana dead?
The moment we opened Sawa-sensei's case, the Kanagawa brass had a suspect file ready to go. They didn't point to your guy Soma. They named you Kitakata, alias Kuwana the handyman. Hilarious, isn't it? You were the first to the scene, which means the bigwigs pulled a suspect file before it even happened.
Where'd the info about Kitakata come from?
Not sure. But the National Police Agency said it came from public security.
Public security?
He's alive. Public security branch of the police is part of Japan's spy ring. Keeps an eye on foreign agents, gangs, and political groups. I don't want criminals so much as gather intel and allows you to maintain the peace.
Why is public security involved in Sawa-sensei's case?
Seems they were interested in RK's criminal network in Kamurocho. You know how after the Tojo clan disbanded, the criminals started going underground? Well, public security would rather let RK roam free than bust them. Monitoring them quietly gives them intel on criminal movements. And even if you catch these guys, new ones will just take their place.
Wait, so they want RK on the streets? Is that why they're brushing Sawa-sensei's case under the rug?
If RK goes down in one fell swoop over a murder case, they have to find a new source of intel. Purely speaking, from public security's point of view, that is.
Unbelievable.
Not that they'd ever say that out in, well, public. If you believe public security, there's no way RK killed Sawa-sensei.
What the hell? Do they even have a reason?
Not that I'm aware of. On top of that, I asked Tokyo PD about Soma, but he doesn't have a record. No priors, no census registry, not even a damn profile pic.
Then, what does that mean?
The man known as Kazuki Soma doesn't exist, basically. Maybe that's how it's always been, or maybe it's a cover-up. They had plenty of files on Kuwana to send our way instead. They're the ones who made him the prime suspect in Sawa-sensei's case, too.
That doesn't make any sense.
Look, Kuwana's a scapegoat for RK. Public security wants to shut the curtains on Sawa-sensei's case with him. As far as they're concerned, with Kuwana silenced, it'll all balance out.
So that's what you meant by Kuwana having an accident.
Right. Better to flush your shit than keep a lid on it.
Can't imagine use of public security to pin the blame on Kuwana for Sawa-sensei's murder. Then again, dead men don't talk. If they get rid of Kuwana, there'll be enough to muddy the waters.
So who's running the show in public security? Do they have a name?
I wasn't told, unfortunately. Afraid I'm further down the food chain than you thought.
People phone.
Yeah, Watanabe speaking. Huh? Jincho?
Huh?
Right. Got it. Call me if anything else comes up. Kuwana's been spotted. A witness reported seeing him in Jincho.
Seriously? He's back here?
Couldn't say for sure.
Where's he at?
Fukutokucho, in Koreatown, where the Komi Jewel hang out. The police are headed there now.
Komi Jewel?
Apparently it means spider web in Korean. You haven't seen it? It's made to look like it's abandoned.
And Kuwana's there?
You're not gonna say you got that from me, right?
I don't have much time. You said Kuwana might have an accident, didn't you? I'm sure that's why you're telling me all this.
If you find him, let him know it's public security that's after him. And they mean business.
Roger that, detective. There's a shop here? Oh, yeah. You've been spreading Segal through Twitch. Oh, this is where you get the flowers. You got food. Putting your Segal to good use. Posting him all over Twitch television. That is good to hear. Putting him to good use. That's a cafe. The button sauna. We need to go eat some food. We're low health. The hell is this place? Have I even been here before? Just drop against the gal and then leave. Just nice carrot. Can I take your order? Shark fin soup. Luxury dish known for its use of shark fin, an extravagant and highly sought after ingredient. Shark fin. Sure. Those are very expensive.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
That hit the spot. Yeah, well, let's go see if we can find them. But first, gotta do something else. Old dude from Jurassic Park. Wait, what did I say? Huh? Excuse me? Jurassic Park? Oh, fuck, who's this? Hey, you. It's been a while.
Name, huh?
Pepper, Tiger, or Boots? Oh, fuck, what was your name? Did I name this one Tiger? Find out. Tiger. Oh my god, it was wrong. I got slapped. Ouch, I was wrong. This is Boots. Oh my god. Gray one is Boots. Looked just like him. Maybe it was him. He's hiding out in Japan. I named you Tiger. Damn right, Tiger. Holy shit. That was an easy encounter.
What a waste.
Push some boots. It was him, yeah. Isn't this just a food truck? It is. If it's him, maybe it's Maple. Can't believe you just said that. God damn it. This is not a food truck. We just stuck up on sandwiches again.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございます。
Let's go. Zigzag my way over there. Here we go.
Yagamishi, it's me. I have an update for you. It seems Kawana has been spotted in Ijincho.
Yeah, in Komijul, right? I'm headed there now.
Ah, fastidious as ever. But the police have already started blocking off Komijul.
Already?
They're probably going to surround the area and gradually close in on Kawana-san. What's your plan, Yagamishi?
Public security is probably behind that. And according to Nabe-san, once they capture Kawana, he'll end up in an accident.
An accident?
Long story short, I need to find Kawana before the cops do. Can you navigate me to him?
I most certainly can.
What
For
the
now,
fuck,
just
Leo?
keep heading toward Komijul. In the meantime, I'll be monitoring the surrounding area. Oh, and I'll dispatch Sugiurashi.
Appreciate that, Tsukumo.
Why do I feel this is a stealth mission?
This is Tsukumo. Yagamishi, please come in.
Hey, I think I'm in front of Komijul.
Indeed you are. I can see you from the drone.
Then you'll notice the cops block the road. Any way I can get in there?
Not to worry. I've already looked into an infiltration route.
The hell's going on in the chat room?
Let's go. Way to go.
I don't know, dude.
So, what
It's
should I
being a
do?
bit wild.
Can you see the white car that's parked in front of the barricade?
Yeah, I can.
There's a really small gap on the side of the car. You should be able to fit through it. It'll be a tight squeeze, I'm sure, but I have no doubt in your agility, Yagamishi.
Yeah, but what happens if I get spotted?
You can leave that part to me.
This is good. When now's my chance. Oh wait, he set that from the drone. There's so many vaults that aren't in order. Wait, what? How? What happened? What do you mean? What you? They've been uploaded out of order? Well, how so? Gold plate. Oh, you just uploaded the whole bunch at once. I see. Then it just become a bit messy. Stealth. There's a stealth mission. You're uploading 15? You're uploading 15 different VODs right now. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, gotta get them up there, you know. Get them up there, YouTube. You're putting all the games together. That's at least nice, so it's a little bit organized. And not just a whole bunch of random ones. For the coin. Hitman strat. Another coin. What? Wait, that guy was still distracted by the coin.
Tsukumo, where should I go from here?
Komijul proper seems to be located behind those.
Yeah, they are going a bit wild, the chat room.
There's one door in the fence, so that's your best bet.
But yeah, at least you can always organize it with a playlist. Get it all nice and organized. Instead of it being all over the place. But hey, I mean, it's at least always nice to just have them. Have them on YouTube. Really easier to find.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Tsukumo, can I get a hand?
Just leave it to me.
He walked onto the drone. Why is he saying that in Japanese? Finally decided to do it. Yeah, it's nice. So they're much easier to find. Phew, maybe they're getting busted. This is Jimicho. Koala should be in here somewhere.
Tsukumo, keep navigating for me. And let me know as soon as you find Kawana. Huh? It's weird. Hello?
There's no signal. Great technical difficulties. How? Because I just have to make my own. The abandoned little town. Hello? Wait, but why is there people here if it's supposed to be abandoned? Are they homeless? Hello? Hello? The turkey answered the phone. And the dog too.
Kitakata Sensei! Show yourself! Come on, get your ass out here!
Relax with the yelling, will you? You're giving away our location.
How am I supposed to relax? This shit's intense!
Holy shit!
Shh. Sugiura?
Didn't Tsukumo-kun tell you I was on my way?
Yeah, suppose he did.
Yagami-san,
He's hiding with
these guys are RK.
Does that mean RK beat the police to Kawana?
No, not exactly. I just saw some cops let RK guys through. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
No, that was no mistake. Some cops are working with RK.
Holy
But why?
Someone in authority on the force is trying to get rid of Kawana. So they want him to have an accident.
What? That's off the
Accident.
scale
Hitman style.
Insane or not, I need to get to Kawana before RK or the cops do. You know where he is?
I don't.
Yes, sir.
Come to think of it,
Going
why would Kawana-san come to Komicho?
Did you go up
Does
to
he
his
know
trailer?
someone here?
Yes.
Good question.
Well, I'd say
Let's
he's
just
at
focus
work.
on
Do
reaching
you
the
want
top
to
of
leave
this
a
place for
message?
now.
Where does he work?
Aren't there people from Komicho
Can't
here?
say.
It can't be all RK. Maybe we can ask them where Kawana is.
Sir, I ain't at liberty
Worth a
to give
shot.
out no
As long as
information
we don't
about
give
our
ourselves
residents.
away.
Where does he work?
Nice one, Napa.
Did you not hear me? We can't give out no information.
Where does he work?
Sir,
Why'd you make the flashbang?
say.
Well, you answered your own questions. That's exactly why it was made.
Do you want to
Looks
leave
like
a
a
message?
lot of RK muscle to me, Yagami-san.
Sir,
Where does he
Yeah.
work?
But if that many are out searching, the silver lining is that they don't have a lead on Kawana.
True. We'll just have to stay one step ahead of them then. I don't see anywhere else we can go. So let's go up those stairs.
Deploying flashbang.
The seize emote. Jeez.
Deploying flashbang.
Looks like this is the highest we can go.
Yagami-san, we've got RK coming in from below too.
Let's find another route on this floor.
For a viable route.
Deploying flashbang.
Fuck, is that a sign? Oh, I can move.
You know, I get the feeling that you're talking around me. And, you know, using some fucking Zen riddles or some shit.
Oh. But I should
When
be able
they
to
call
jump
me in,
over
it ain't
that
a
side.
fucking joke.
Yeah, I can get
It
past
ain't
there.
about who stole some fucking boots and cigarettes from
Oh,
the
the
barracks.
parkour thing.
When they
You can
call
get
me
higher
in,
if I go this way.
it's your fucking neck.
Almost forgot that's a thing in
When they
this.
call me in, you're gonna live or you're gonna fucking
Be able to get up from here.
This is the fucking come to Jesus moment.
What the
And
fuck?
I was not born
What are these cuts? How is he? What the hell's happening?
and I was not born
It was
at
so
night.
fast.
I was born in a bright fucking sunny day, man, and I've been doing this for a long time. Do not think I'm fucking new. Do not think you can play me.
Taking a saber as here is gonna be tough. I have to make my
Let's
way
get
up
to
somehow.
the fucking nitty gritty here.
What the fuck happened? What did happen, Steven? The chat is rioting. Chat has been all sorts of crazy the past few minutes. How much can I hold your back? There's too many of them. We need Freddy. How much Freddy? What? Wait, can he actually make that? Wait, I pressed it. You fell too quickly. What? Huh? I pressed circle. What? It's weird. Maybe I wasn't close enough. I need to grab the edge or something. Really fell there?
I'm leaving you. You know, and if you got something to say, talk to my ass, because I want him to give you the dignity to look at my face. I think the streets are clean for a while. See,
I'm a dinosaur.
ain't nobody like me around no more.
Ain't nobody like me around no more.
I learned how to do bad things to bad people. Use all that to make a lot of money. But it's a bad life and I regret much of what I've done. But not all of it.
But not all of it. Oh, I see. You had to be running. Wait, go down there the wrong way first. Here we go for a while. Hey, Jeff is on the train. Enjoy the train ride. Is it worth getting this? Probably not. Beehive. No, we got it.
Good work, Yagami-san.
Thank you. You saw me fall like 5 times.
Aren't you?
Huh? Komichu? Us?
Yeah, of course.
What's going on here, man? This place is empty. Lead the way, would you?
Yagami-san, they seem like RK.
I'd rather not have to bullshit then.
So, take them down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get to beat up some more fucks. Yeah. Throw him off the roof. Oh my god. One mod and a bajillion VAPs. Yep, pretty much. Sounds about right.
Yagi-san, looks like the top floor is up ahead. There's a room on this side too, though. Might be worth checking out.
Why is there an S? What? What the hell is this? A save point? Like, why is there a save point here? That's weird. This is the first time we found something like that. What the hell is this? Damn right. Wait, what is this? Damn in the
What the hell is this?
Couldn't have said it better myself. Dante. Two of you did it.
What the hell is this?
Hey, there you go. You got yours too.
What the hell is this?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I wish we'd had some sign of Kawana-san, but maybe we'll still get lucky? Are you ready to go, Yagami-san?
Go.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Let's go.
You know what the fuck? Sugar cola.
My disappointment
Holy
is
shit!
immeasurable.
All right, cool.
And my day is
I see you then.
Fuck!
Where is this fucking guy? This shit's taking forever. Yeah, it's not like anyone else is here. You think the cops got it wrong? Then what do? Keep looking? Is there a fucking point?
Seems like Kawana-san's giving them the slip. What's the plan now?
Let's find out what RK's gonna do when they catch Kawana. Are they planning to kill him themselves?
What, you gonna just stroll up and ask them?
Well, I only count 4 of them. So 2 each. Piece of cake.
Yeah, just like before.
I guess.
Easy money.
Okay, let's go.
Hey
Hello,
guys.
Gentlemen, got a couple questions for you.
Huh? Who the hell are you two? You with the Kome jewel?
Wow, they don't even recognize you, Yagami-san?
Well, that's kind of sad.
What's going on here?
Yagami-san? I don't think it's just 2 each anymore.
Yagami? Hey, that's the detective from Kamurocho. A detective?
Hitchy
Just get 'em.
fuck.
They're with Kitakata. Fuck yeah. Let's get it started. Hope you're ready to die. I've been waiting for this shit.
Great. More of them.
Come on.
Wait, no, the blue one. Wait, does that guy have a knife? Wait, this guy has a knife too. Wait, that one has a gun? Excuse me? Who's the... Get the guy with the gun. Oh, he has a flamethrower. And being turned in the barbecue. Oh my god, stop. I hate this. 2 of them have guns. No guns. Nope, no guns allowed. They defeated my friend. God damn. Wait, what? I threw him a soda can? What the hell was that move? Wait, that was fucking sick. I revived him and then we just wombo comboed this guy. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I'm scared. You keep the gun you found. Absolutely not. This is Japan. We don't do guns here. But you found it? Oh, well, then I guess you're going to jail. Oh my god.
You know what the fucking sugar cola was?
That was fucking sick. That one move with the soda. No idea how I did that, but it was
Is that all
sick.
you got? I thought there were more of you guys.
Let's not jinx it, man.
You guys came looking for Kuwana, right? What were you gonna do to him?
We were just told to catch him. Not sure what comes after that.
You sure the plan wasn't to kill him?
I said I don't know.
Who gave the order here? Soma?
It was Akusa-san. Probably on Soma-san's orders, though.
Hey, Yagami-san?
Hey.
Hey, how come Ijincho has so many creepy masks?
I was just gonna ask you.
Kuwana's not here.
Huh?
That intel was fake. We were the ones who put it out.
You live here? Then you must be Komicho.
Normally, it's us hiring the handyman. But this time, it was Kuwana asking the favor.
Huh? To put out false information?
Yes. He said he wanted to see what kind of enemy he was dealing with, and how they'd respond to an eyewitness report. Seeing as how easy police info made its way to these thugs, I'd say he was wise to use caution. Were he any closer, he would have been ensnared by now.
So Kawana's nearby, watching everything unfold as we speak? He's really in Ijincho then?
We'll have to clear the room to discuss that.
Hey, why are you looking at me?
Sorry.
KO.
As you said, Kawana's returned to Ijincho. There are benefits to being here that only he can exploit.
Where's he hiding out?
Under the protection of
Don't worry, he's not
from the
dead. He'll
Yokohama
just
Leomon. But you're cleared to
wake
see
up with a
him.
fractured
We already took
skull
care
and
of
a
that.
headache.
Kawana actually said he'd meet us?
Come on. There's a way through the cops don't know. You can get out to the city from there.
That'd be helpful, thanks.
Guess you're not so bad after all.
Bear in mind, you may not leave alive if you come back. You were never welcome here.
And never mind.
Well, he is wearing a mask. Might as well be Batman. A Batman.
So, where do we find Kuwana-san?
I'm sure the Liumang will lead us to him. Just so happens I've got a brother there named Tesso.
Oh, what?
Now let's get there before Kawana changes his mind.
Oh boy. Can we eat at the restaurant first so I can get full health? Give me some bulgy. Bulgogi.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
That's wrong. Oh, he's not dead, but yeah, I mean, he'll never be able to walk again, but hey, pretty good for being a criminal. Leo is rich, I am. I'm loaded in this game. Got 2.8 million yet. From all the VR you've been playing.
So, you're Yagami Yanaki? Tesso-san told me to let you in.
Yagami Aniki?
Will you be coming inside?
That means Koa's back. Maybe we should prep before going in.
No, but I'll be back.
If you say so. Might go buy sandwiches.
For real?
No, no going in. Whoa, what the fuck? He threw me? No. It's supposed to be the other way around. It must be rich. How else does he live? State secret. Secretly a quabillionaire.
Really, guys?
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't want to fight. I just want to go buy sandwiches. Why is there more fox in here? I just want to buy some damn sandwiches, man. That's why you buy every game on release. Exactly, see? Gov just admitted to being rich. His dad is in fact why he buys every game when it comes out. Damn straight. All stuck up in sandwiches. Sit and type I. That is an I right between Y and can. Career ending typo.
Holy shit!
Oh my god, why is there so many fucking bad guys here? Go away. I guess we're doing a loop around. Go away, I'm just trying to make it to my main mission now for once, please. Well, I guess while we're here, Smile Burger. Oh no, this is Wetty Kitchen. That's my hamburger.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
Yeah, let's go talk with Budget Freddy Krueger. Don't do it. Don't aggro. Don't aggro. Quick,
So,
talk to me.
Will you be coming
Yes.
Sure, let me pass.
this way, please?
Quick, let me in. Those guys want to beat me up.
Bro, hey man. Welcome
Hi.
back, friends.
Tesso Aniki? Do I have to call you that?
Take a seat. And you too, buddy.
This'll be fun.
And which of your names should we be using for you now? Kawana? Or do you prefer Kitakata-sensei?
Kitakata's a name that's been all but murdered by society. In Ijincho, I'm just a merry old handyman, Kawana-san.
If you ask the cops, you're the murder suspect, Kitakata. After killing Sawa-sensei,
I haven't seen
you
any
fled the
cocks in
scene.
this game.
At least, that's the story the police top brass are passing down through the ranks. Now, why would they say something like that about you?
Calm down, Yagami. How come you never relax?
So Kawana hired you guys from the start.
Nice.
And you
The big
pretended
up.
to not know each other in front of me? If that's the case, you really went all out for me.
Kaito. Where is Kaito in
Didn't
this?
I tell you?
Was he injured or something
Leomon
last time?
accepts
What
anonymous
happened?
requests too.
What has he been up
Tesso
to?
didn't know I was the one who hired him. I suppose there's no point in hiding that now.
That's just how it is. Nothing to get mad over, bro.
Yeah, I think he got like
You really
injured
aren't
last
hiding
time or
anything?
something.
Did you tell him all you've done?
He's a former high school teacher who's going around killing bullies. Can't be much more to hide than that. Do you need any more convincing?
Honestly, I'm at a loss. I worked my ass off to get where you are.
And I'm still trying to untangle the mess you've made of it. You've got my student helpers by the throats. So I'm really backed into a corner here.
You mean the graduates from Kurokawa Academy? Like Mamiya-san?
Very good, Sugiura-kun. So how about it? No reason for us to doubt each other's intentions, right? All the secrets are out in the open now.
Fine. Then I'm gonna light up.
You were just over at Komijul, weren't you? RK was looking for me there. The police even lent them a hand.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm even more confused. I give up. Who in the world could be after me? Who has influence over both RK and the police?
Care to venture a guess?
They'd be the uneducated guesses of a handyman. You got any bright ideas yourself, Master Detective?
I haven't confirmed it for sure yet, but I have a pretty good theory for you.
Oh? Who?
This doesn't particularly want to be. This one, one's looking for Quanoa. Red knife. Public security.
The Public Security Division. That's what a detective from Kanagawa PD said. According to them, you're the prime suspect in Sawa-sensei's murder. That's why Kanagawa PD was told to lay off RK. Any trace of RK in the footage near Sawa-sensei's place is gone. Likely public security's work. And with that kind of backing, it's understandable why RK is so confident.
Yo, hold up again. Why is public security after Kawana in the first place?
Budget after Kawana, likely the wishes of a specific individual. Need some Warhammer in the meantime. Hey, old good, brother. You're having fun with the Warhammer? Hope it's going well. Trying to... Wait, is it this? They're trying to protect the persecution?
They might be trying to protect the prosecution's reputation.
Huh? What do you mean?
Kawana fabricated a sexual battery and got a guilty verdict out of the prosecution. And that was used as an alibi for Mikoshiba's murder. If that goes public, the prosecution's reputation will be in ruins. That's why public security needs to silence Kawana quietly.
Oh.
You think public security would go through all that to protect the prosecution's rep?
Okay. Can't say I'm really feeling that either.
Yeah. I'm starting to have doubts myself.
No, that was wrong. Wow, there was so much dialogue about that. Many creepy fuckers breaking through. They're killing your northern allies? No. Gotta save keep the empire together. Don't let it get wrecked. It looks not good. Oh no. I think I guess it's this one. They're working with Riko Kusumoto.
Public security is probably working for Reiko Kusumoto, Vice
Sounds
Minister
like that
of the
was the
Ministry
one.
of Health.
What?
Kawana, you had your
What?
students kidnap Shinya Kawai, right? 5 years ago in Kamurocho? Kawai bullied Reiko Kusumoto's son, Mitsuru-kun. That painted a target on his back for you. But before you took Kawai out, you approached Reiko Kusumoto with your revenge offer, didn't you?
What kind of drink?
Ahara told us that. Before taking revenge on a bully, you'd approach the family about it first. Did you make the same offer to Reiko Kusumoto?
What if I did?
She's the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health. She's pretty popular. She's even cleaning up her predecessor's mess. If it were to surface that she agreed to a revenge killing, they'd have yet another massive scandal on their hands. And if you get to go down in cuffs instead of a body
nice
bag,
water.
that detail
Nothing
may
wrong with
just
that.
come out. Before that can happen, Reiko Kusumoto plans to
Have me silenced and use public security to do it.
Exactly. Except public security can't just go after you, so they subcontracted RK to do the dirty work. That would explain why public security is trying to cover for RK.
I see. Well, the logic starts off soundly enough.
Something wrong with it?
Unfortunately, yes. Something does stick out.
And what's that?
I did, in fact, approach Kusumoto-san 5 years ago about taking revenge on Shinya Kawai. And just as you said, I used Mamiya-kun and the others to kidnap Kawai.
And?
From that point on, Kusumoto-san knew I was directing Mamiya-kun and the others. She'd seen their faces, knew their identities, everything. So, if Kusumoto-san wanted to go after me, Mamiya-kun and the others would be first on the list. But the fact is, public security hasn't laid a finger on them, even now. Which means, Kusumoto-san isn't the one giving them orders.
The argument was giving orders to public security. She could have gotten to Kawana much quicker.
Sure, that makes some sense.
Hey, so sorry if this is off topic, but what was Kusumoto-san doing when Shinya Kawai was killed 5 years back?
She was standing right there with me. Afterwards, she took 3 days of PTO, and that was a first for her.
Why?
Shinya Kawai died at the hands of Kusumoto-san. She drove the knife into his chest personally. She took it slow, making sure he suffered the whole time. Just like Akihiro Ehara, she avenged her son with her own 2 hands. I admire her.
She killed Kawai herself?
Current Vice Minister of the Ministry of Health committed murder. That's true. She had to keep that hidden a long time. Murder.
Afterward, she told me she'd
That's
never
been a
wash the smell
murderer.
of his blood off her hands.
Damn, man.
I was the only one who knew that, by the way. The others have no idea. On that day 5 years ago, I sent them straight home after they brought me Kawai. And I was the only one with Kusumoto-san when she killed him.
This sounds way too crazy to be real.
Even so, the fact is, Kusumoto-san hasn't betrayed me. Besides, I doubt the Vice Minister is powerful enough to order public security around.
Then who is giving them their orders?
Well, I'd say your theory's on the right track. I'm sure public security contracted RK. It lines up with what's happened so far. I imagine they're so persistent because they know I can be used against Kusumoto-san.
Either way, whoever's pulling the strings is someone who'll benefit from your capture. So if it isn't Reiko Kusumoto, maybe it's one of her enemies?
An enemy?
Yeah, like someone within the Ministry of Health, or maybe even some kind of political rival. Nothing would be more valuable to them than dirt on Kusamoto, right? They're probably trying to take her down. Or they could threaten and manipulate her as they see fit. Is that why public security has been taking action? If they wanted to take her down, they could have had the police investigate her fair and square.
First my head in public security must be an enemy at Reiko Kusamoto. Seems to be the most logical train of thought.
Right. Kusamoto-san can walk away from the Ministry of Health anytime she wants. Plus, she has the public's support, especially with the younger crowds. All just more reasons for her to have enemies.
I read some article about how even the Prime Minister has a hard time with her. Like, she'll get up in his face every time he signs an order. Dumbass loses so many arguments, he practically works for her now.
So the Prime Minister's trying to find some dirt on Reiko Kusamoto?
He's just an example. Weren't you listening when we said Kusamoto-san has lots of enemies in her position?
Hey, don't be a dick.
So whoever's behind this may have been looking for a weakness in Kusamoto-san for a while. They must have got their start after realizing Ehara's case was really about getting revenge on a bully. That puts Ehara and Reiko Kusamoto in the same boat, being that their only sons were bullying victims. And if they discovered that Kawai also vanished 5 years ago...
Regardless, that wouldn't account for the rest of the incidents where a bully ended up dead. You'd know. You're the one going up and down the whole country killing them off, aren't you? Kawai makes number 7.
7? Damn, man.
It wouldn't take much to connect the dots. It'd lead straight to her. Reiko Kusamoto. Then they'd know that she was among the victims who got her revenge.
Yeah. And then, to Ahara's case. The link between him and Kusamoto is clear as day now if you know what you're looking for. That link is Sawa-sensei. It took me a while, but I connected the two cases together myself. It was RK. She never should have even been on their radar. In fact, they traced your name from her. Sawa-sensei knew. She suspected you were involved with the Mikoshiba murder in one way or another, right? You don't care. You see your killing spree on these former bullies like you're doing the country a service. In your eyes, this is vengeance. Actually, no. You'd call it justice, wouldn't you? Except... Sawa-sensei wouldn't have died if it was.
That was never my intent. She shouldn't have died.
No. You don't get to just brush her off like that. Like an afterthought. You had to have known you'd go down for this eventually. And you're fine if all your old students like you and Mamiya go down with you. By then, why would you look back at your trail of blood? Why would you clean up all your carnage? It's not your problem, right? You move forward with one purpose. Send as many bullies to hell as you can. Beyond that, you don't give a shit what happens. Sawa-sensei died in tears. You didn't see what I saw. The fear she must have felt was still frozen on her face. You, Ehara, Reiko Kusamoto, you're all murderers. And so far, all of you have gotten away with it. So why did Yoko Sawa end up having to pay the price? Tell me, will you even be able to look her in the eye when you die?
I doubt it. That's gonna follow me well into the afterlife. So what now, then? March to the cops and turn myself in?
You should. If you don't do exactly that, no one will know why she had to die, and that'll be the end of her story. Everyone will keep on dancing around her death, even though she was completely innocent. Just like the cops are doing.
Afraid I can't do that. If I turn myself in now, there's only one thing that happens. Public security takes me out. And worse, Reiko Kusamoto would be compromised. And that, I will never allow to happen. Of all the people involved in this, she deserves to walk free. Her revenge was justified.
You think so?
All she did was scrape off the scum of the earth that pushed her only son into an attempted suicide. She didn't sit around crying about a legal miscarriage. She took justice into her own hands. No one has any right to indict her for that. So don't go there. Nobody lays a finger on her.
Hey, skinny ginger kid. Looks like this is gonna turn into a little more than a chat.
Good thinking.
I will leave those two be. Go have a drink.
So is your plan to kill me too? Anyone who interferes with your justice, we all get added to
Skinny
your body
ginger
count, don't
kid.
we?
Hey, skinny ginger
Punishment
kid.
fits the crime. You're just blind. If you can't see that, then you can go to hell.
Hey, skinny ginger kid. How about you do? Stay out of this. Yo, this is Jammo. God, he has so much health. Oh my god, I got up just in time. I need to eat sandwiches. Type about something important. Oh god, what's up? I don't know if the time is right now during a boss fight, but yo, what's up? What did I pick up? A pill bottle? Time out, I need more sandwiches. And wearing belief? What is that the name of the song? Oh god. He's ulting! Get away from him. Take a seat. Get it? Because there's a chair. I can't hit the laugh track right now. But another master comedian joke. You just don't care about humanity. What, the game? Humanity the game? Take a seat. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I need another sandwich time out. All the humans. All the humans in Warhammer. Maybe? I don't know, I like the rats more. It's actually almost all the lizards.
Come get some.
Man, I want those nunchucks. Gimme. No, my nunchucks, the fuck? Are you sure you're betraying me? No, I'm not saying that. It's just, you know, hypothetically, I like the rats. Where did the nunchucks go? Salt shaker. What? I just poured salt in his eyes. Get fucked. What a way to defeat him. Stay.
How long has this been going now?
I lost track.
Call it?
Nah. They're gonna tire out eventually. Beating the shit out of each other is the way some people communicate.
I can see that.
There we go. Now let's stop them.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Haven't you had enough yet?
What?
You think it's time to give it a rest?
Hell no. Stay out of our way.
You're not looking so hot.
You got lucky I stopped when I did, you know. I had a move lined up with your name on it. You're the one who got lucky as far as I'm concerned. I was about to kick your ass.
What a fucking mess, guys.
We destroyed his whole little place. Wait, what the hell's this? I went to a restaurant.
Hey, both of you, eat. Your food's getting cold.
Wait, is that guy from Yakuza 7 or something?
One of
What?
our higher-ups cooked this himself. It won't look good if there's any left.
Not a problem.
They're
This
not even
stuff's
looking
great.
at each other.
Delicious! Man, this is the good stuff.
So that means Reiko Kusamoto could be being targeted by public security.
Right. It's possible part of the police wants to catch me as leverage against Kusamoto-san on public security orders. But that's only if public security really is behind this. You're the one who said you got that info from a cop.
Well, someone up top's been putting pressure on the investigation. That much is clear. But no matter how you slice it, the fact that you're enemy number one while RK roams free is absurd. Unfortunately, all I got out of that cop was that public security itself is who we're up against.
Public security is Japan's top intelligence agency. If they're after you, there's no escape.
Agreed.
Then I guess now's a good time to make a suggestion.
Huh?
Tell me, who benefits the most from you two fighting? Huh? That'd be public security. The more you drag each other down, the easier they'll be able to get the jump on you. By the time you notice, it's too late. They've got you. That's exactly what they'd want, right? But what if you two work together? You watch each other's backs and act before RK and public security do. You might even be able to find out who's pulling the strings.
Huh. Yeah. For two enemies to join forces, there needs to be an even greater threat to fight.
Sure. I'm on board with that.
Fine, but this is only temporary. Once we finish with public security, I'm gonna make sure you answer for what you've done.
Okay. Then where do we start? Should we just storm public security at this point?
No. First, we need to confirm public security is really the enemy we're after.
Right. We'll make our move after that.
We have the element of surprise. They have no idea we're working together.
Then we'll use it to our advantage and outsmart them.
Aw, look at the boys playing nice.
If public security's trying to find some leverage against Kusamoto-san, they'll likely be listening in on her. They're the experts in wiretapping and espionage, after all. We just need a quick confirmation.
How?
We'll just give her a call.
Right here?
Yes. That way, her enemy will trace the call and pinpoint our location. And public security is the only one in Japan who can pull that off, so we'll know right away if it's them.
Good Thinking.
Yeah. Wait, hold up. You saying if you call up Reiko Kusumoto, then the bad guys will start pouring in? Can we maybe not do that here?
Actually, that might just work in our favor.
Huh? Bro, why are you talking crazy?
Yagami-san, you sure about getting on bro terms without Kaito-san? Wouldn't that bum him out?
Whoa. This is amazing. What is this?
Good shit, huh? You've got good taste, bro. I knew you of all people would notice the difference.
Kuwana, when was the last time you spoke to Reiko Kusumoto?
5 years ago, on the night she killed Kawai. We arranged it, so we'd never contact each other after that.
So you have her number then?
If it hasn't changed.
What is it then? I have an idea.
What?
We're gonna set a trap to find out if we really are up against public security. If they trace the call and they send people for us, then we know for sure it's them. That's why we're gonna call Reiko Kusumoto using a location that doesn't exist at all.
How's that work?
We'll use 2 phones that can't be traced back to us, and we'll relay your voice. Obviously you won't be wherever we do this from. Best to do this someplace with no one around. Once we see who they send in, mission accomplished.
Wait, what's happening?
Don't worry, I got it. You'll catch up, Sugiura-kun.
First, we need to know our enemy. I'll have Tsukumo prep us some burner phones.
Which means a truce for the time being?
Only while you're here. Gotta keep things civil for my brother.
Man, Zhao-san's cooking makes even the suckiest situations not suck.
Cheers to that.
Cheers. And yeah, it's really late. It's about to be 6 in the morning. But if you can't end mid-cutscene, mid-mission.
Hey, so Tsukumo-kun's already got the phones ready. They're burners that can't be traced back to us.
2 of them, right?
Just like you asked for.
Nicely done, Yokohama 99. You'll work quick.
Next time I'm gonna see Tsukumo. But also, yeah, go for it. If you need more, then go for it. Go till 10 in the morning. Absolutely not. I was thinking that was the last one right there. Once I get run over by a car. I could see them do that crossover one day. But wait, is that person from Yakuza 7 the chef or something? Oh, he is? Oh, wow. Oh, a cool little cameo. The food looked funny in 160p. Low quality food, fuck. But yeah, I'm thinking that's it for tonight. For today. $67 hours. Clap. Good progress. Actually did main missions because there wasn't a whole lot of side stuff, unfortunately. There we go. That does it for Lost Judgment today. The game that the Gov picked.